The last place I ever thought I'd feel like an outsider was a family dinner. But that night at Pier House 47, a fancy waterfront restaurant in Seattle, I might as well have been a stranger who crashed someone else's celebration. Everyone was there: my parents, my brother, my sister Valerie, her husband, a few family friends. The table looked like something out of a lifestyle magazine. White linens, crystal glasses, $300 bottles of wine. The kind of dinner that screams, "We're doing well," even when half the people at the table can't stand each other. I had just gotten back from my final year serving with the Air Force, now working as a defense systems analyst in Tacoma. I thought it would be a nice idea to show up, look decent, maybe remind my family I existed. Valerie had invited everyone to celebrate her huge milestone, closing her first luxury real estate development. I didn't know at the time that the only reason I was included was so she'd have someone to humiliate. The moment I arrived, Valerie gave me that tight, fake smile she used when she wanted to look generous in front of others. "Oh wow, you actually made it," she said, loud enough for the waiter to hear. "We weren't sure you'd show up after all that military stuff." I sat down quietly, trying to ignore the tone. My mother, Caroline, waved at the waiter for champagne refills before I could even order water. My father, Richard, looked at me over his glasses like I was late for an appointment he hadn't scheduled. I'd been gone for years, but somehow the atmosphere felt exactly the same: polished, distant, and cold. Dinner started fine. Valerie talked nonstop about her company, VLM Real Estate Group, how she single-handedly landed investors from California. My parents nodded and smiled as if she'd just cured cancer. I made polite small talk with the waiter because he was the only one who seemed to notice I existed. Then the mood shifted. Valerie noticed the insignia pin still on my blazer and laughed. "You still wear that? I thought you were done playing soldier." "It's not a game," I said calmly. "It's my career." She smirked. "Career? You mean the thing you do because college didn't work out?" Everyone laughed except my grandmother, Helen Pierce, sitting at the far end of the table. She was my adoptive mother's mother, a retired military nurse who had served in Vietnam. Even in her late 70s, she sat upright, sharp-eyed, like she could spot a lie from across the room. I didn't say anything. The waiter brought another round of drinks. Valerie toasted herself. "To real success," she said, raising her glass. "And to family who make it possible." Then she looked at me and added, "And to those who try. Bless their hearts." I smiled because I knew that's what she wanted to see me break. When you grow up being the adopted kid in a picture-perfect family, you learn fast that silence can be louder than words. Things went downhill fast. Valerie started telling a story about when we were kids, about how I used to cry every time someone called me a foster mistake. My mother laughed, saying, "Oh, you were such a sensitive little thing." I said quietly, "You mean when you told me I should be grateful you took me in?" The table went silent for half a second before Valerie broke it with a laugh. "Oh my God, don't be so dramatic, we're joking." "Sure, joking. That's what it's always been called, years of condescending remarks disguised as humor." The waiter came back with dessert menus, but Valerie waved him off. "Actually, could we get the check?" she said. "Rachel, sorry. Cassidy said she wanted to treat everyone tonight." I blinked. "What? You said you got that big government contract, right? You can cover dinner." "I never said that," I replied, my voice calm but tight. Caroline chimed in. "Come on, sweetheart. It's just dinner. You've been doing well. It's time you give back a little." "Give back?" I said. "I've been paying my own bills since I was 18. Richard sighed. "Let's not make a scene." The waiter returned with the check in a small black folder, and without hesitation, set it in front of me. Valerie leaned back in her chair, grinning. "Consider it your contribution to the family," she said. The total read $5,270.48. I could have laughed if it didn't make me sick. I'd been saving money for my first down payment on a small condo. This one dinner could wipe out months of budgeting. I looked at each of them, my parents, my siblings, and saw no shame. Not even discomfort, just entitlement wrapped in polite smiles. It hit me that I'd been sitting here for hours waiting for something that was never going to come: acceptance. My grandmother cleared her throat softly, her eyes narrowing. "Valerie," she said, "that's enough." "But," Valerie shrugged. "Oh, relax, Grandma. Cassidy's fine. She's used to discipline, right?" My jaw tightened. I could have walked out, thrown the bill in Valerie's face, told the entire restaurant exactly what kind of people they were. But that's not what we do in the military. We pick our battles. I took a slow breath, slid my credit card into the folder, and handed it back to the waiter. My hands didn't shake. I wasn't angry anymore, just tired. When the waiter came back, Valerie clapped her hands. Perfect. Same time next month? I didn't answer. I just stood, thanked the waiter quietly, and turned to leave. Behind me, I could still hear them laughing, glasses clinking like nothing had happened. As I walked through the lobby, I caught my reflection in the mirror, neat uniform, good posture, no visible cracks. To anyone else, I looked fine, but something inside me had shifted. Outside, the night air hit me, cold and sharp. The wind from the bay carried that faint smell of salt and diesel. For the first time, it didn't make me feel calm, it made me feel awake. My phone buzzed with a text from Valerie. Don't take it personally, it's just a joke. I stared at it for a long time, then deleted the message. Some jokes are just cruelty with better lighting. I got into my car and sat there for a minute, engine off, staring at the glow of the restaurant lights reflecting on the water. It was almost beautiful, almost enough to make me forget that I'd just been humiliated by the people who were supposed to be my family. Almost. I took a deep breath, straightened my jacket, and started the car. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I could still hear my grandmother's voice from years ago. When they show you who they are, don't argue. Just remember. That night, I remembered everything. The road back to Tacoma was silent, except for the sound of rain slapping the windshield. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't need any more noise. My mind kept replaying Valerie's smirk, my mother's calm indifference, and the way my father said, "Let's not make a scene," like my humiliation was an inconvenience. By the time I pulled into my apartment parking lot, I felt hollow, but not broken, just recalibrating. Inside, the apartment smelled faintly of coffee and jet fuel. The scent of the base cafeteria seemed to follow me everywhere. I hung up my blazer and walked straight to the corner of my living room, where an old olive green trunk sat against the wall. My military chest. It held the only things that ever made sense. Medals, deployment patches, a few photos, letters from my unit, and a folded American flag from my last posting in Qatar. I unlocked it and pulled out a stack of folders, half filled with personnel forms and retirement paperwork. Beneath them was something I hadn't touched in years, a small wooden box my grandmother Helen had mailed me when I turned 25. She told me not to open it unless the day ever came when family stopped pretending. I figured that day had arrived. Inside the box were a few old photos me as a 5-year-old with pigtails, grinning at a playground, a birthday card signed, "Love, Grandma Helen," and a sealed envelope with my name in her neat cursive. I opened it carefully. "Cassidy, I've watched the way they treat you since you were little. They hide it behind manners, but cruelty wrapped in silk is still cruelty. If you ever find yourself humiliated by them again, come see me. There's something you deserve to know. Grandma Helen." I sat back in my chair, holding the letter like it was something radioactive. Helen never exaggerated. If she said there was something to know, it meant there was evidence. I went through the rest of the box and found a manila envelope marked "Adoption, Confidential." My stomach twisted. Inside was a copy of my adoption record. I'd seen it once before, when I was a teenager. But this version had more attachments: bank documents, legal correspondence, signatures. My eyes stopped at one line highlighted in yellow. Transfer of funds, $600,000, Adoption Care Trust, Pierce Family Grant. My heart thudded. I scanned further down. It listed Caroline and Richard Monroe, my adoptive parents, as recipients and responsible for fiduciary stewardship. My birth parents had died in a car accident when I was 5. Apparently, the trust was meant to cover my education, housing, and long-term care. $600,000. I thought about every moment I'd been told there wasn't enough money for college, that I should try scholarships or be practical. I thought about Valerie's private school tuition, her designer clothes, her first car when she was 16. I'd worked part-time at a gas station to pay for community college. I flipped through the pages faster now. There were transfer receipts, investment records, and one handwritten note from my mother: "Use part of the fund for Valerie's business loan." That was dated 12 years ago, the same year Valerie launched VLM Real Estate Group. My hands started to shake. I wasn't sure if it was rage or disbelief. Maybe both. I stood up, paced across the living room, then sat again, trying to steady my breathing. Every second spent in that restaurant replayed in my mind, but now it looked different. Every toast, every cruel smile they'd been living off the money meant for me. I pulled my laptop closer and opened a new search tab. I typed Pierce Family Grant and found an archived record of the trust filed under Helen Pierce's charitable foundation for war orphans and displaced minors. My name was on the list of beneficiaries. It was supposed to be managed by my adoptive parents under supervision from the Pierce Family Trust Office. But the trust office had been dissolved 5 years after my adoption. Guess who had signed the closure notice? Richard Monroe. I felt my stomach drop. My father had retired from his engineering firm around the same time. Coincidence? Or early retirement paid for with my trust money? I checked my bank account out of habit. A couple thousand in savings. Enough for rent, food, and a used car that rattled above 60 miles per hour. $600,000 had vanished, and all I got were family dinners where they mocked me for being too serious. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, but a few seconds later, I saw the transcription. Cassidy, this is Helen. I hope you haven't thrown away that box I sent you. I think it's time we talked. She must have called before dinner. My pulse kicked up. I checked the timestamp. It was from that afternoon, just before I left for Seattle. I stared at the message for a moment, then grabbed my keys. It was nearly midnight, but I didn't care. Helen lived an hour south, in Olympia, in a veterans care home near the lake. I'd driven that road hundreds of times before. Tonight, it felt longer, darker, heavier. The kind of drive where you have too much time to think. By the time I reached the facility, the night staff recognized me and let me in without question. Helen's room was dim, the soft hum of medical monitors filling the air. She was awake, reading under a small lamp, her glasses perched halfway down her nose. You look like someone who's been through hell, she said, without looking up from her book. I just came from dinner, I replied. That explains it. She closed the book and set it aside. They did something, didn't they? I sat down across from her. You knew. I suspected. Caroline and Richard aren't evil, but they're greedy in a quiet, polite way. That's worse. I pulled out the envelope from my coat and placed it on her table. The adoption trust. $600,000. They took it. Helen didn't flinch. I know. I found out years ago, but I needed proof before confronting them. You just brought me the last piece. My throat felt tight. Why didn't you tell me? Because you were still hoping they'd change, she said softly. And I didn't want to be the one to kill that hope. But now you've seen who they really are. Her tone wasn't angry. It was surgical, precise, controlled. The voice of someone who'd seen too many battles to waste emotion on shock. They used my money to build Valerie's company, I said. She made me pay that bill tonight like she was testing how much humiliation I could take. Helen leaned back slightly, studying me. And how much can you take? Enough, I said, but not again. She smiled faintly. Good. Because I'm not planning to let them win. I've been revising my will. Everything I have will go to you. I shook my head. That's not what I want. I know, she said. That's why you deserve it. Nah. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The room was quiet except for the steady beep of the heart monitor. Helen finally reached across the table and took my hand. Her grip was still strong, firm, the kind of touch that steadies you whether you want it to or not. They think you'll walk away, she said. That's how people like them survive. They count on your silence. I met her eyes. Then, I guess it's time to remind them I didn't spend 8 years in the Air Force learning how to stay silent. 1. Helen's mouth curved into a knowing smile. Good. Because, Cassidy, what comes next won't be about revenge. It'll be about justice, and you'll need to fight it like a soldier. She turned off the lamp beside her bed. The room fell into soft shadows, but her words stayed sharp and clear in the dark, ringing louder than the machines around her. The morning light cut through the blinds when I woke up in the guest room at Helen's facility. I hadn't meant to stay the night, but she'd insisted after our talk. You can't fight a war on an empty tank, she'd said before disappearing into her room. I sat up slowly, head still heavy from lack of sleep. For once, I wasn't thinking about my family, I was thinking about strategy. Helen was already awake, sitting by the window with a cup of black coffee and her tablet open. She was watching some old military documentary, probably to remind herself the world used to make more sense. "You always wake up this early?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. "Old habits. You'd be amazed how much trouble starts after 0600. She motioned toward the chair next to her. "Coffee's hot. Sit." I joined her, still in the same clothes as the night before. The coffee was bitter but strong, typical Helen. She nodded toward the folder on her lap. "I didn't sleep either. You weren't wrong about the money. I checked the last archive statements. They moved it through shell accounts tied to Valerie's company." I leaned forward. "Can we prove that?" "Oh, we can do better than that," she said. "I still have friends who owe me favors. Lawyers, auditors, a few old soldiers who now sit in very boring offices. People who know how to pull records without alerting anyone." I smiled despite myself. "You're dangerous for a 78-year-old. "Flattery will get you nowhere," she said, grinning. "I didn't spend a career patching up Marines just to die quietly while my daughter launders adoption money." She turned the tablet toward me. A chart filled the screen: arrows, transfers, offshore accounts. "They used your trust as startup capital for Valerie's business, then rolled the profits into shell corporations. Every cent that company earned traces back to that fund. Which means, legally, you own it." That hit like a punch. "You're serious?" "Completely. And I intend to make sure it's on record before I go." "Helen," I started. "Don't talk like that." She gave me a long look, the kind that said she'd already accepted the truth. "Pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. Found out 2 months ago." I sat back in silence. The only sound was the faint hum of her oxygen machine. She broke the silence first. "Don't make that face, soldier. I've had a full life. Raised kids, buried friends, saved lives. I can live with my body giving out as long as I don't leave behind a legacy of thieves." My chest tightened. "I didn't know." "You weren't supposed to," she said. "I wanted to finish this first. Clean up the mess your adoptive parents made." The way she said adoptive was sharp enough to draw blood. Helen reached for a small wooden box on the table and opened it. Inside were papers, some typed, others handwritten. "These are copies of everything you'll need. Bank transfers, corporate filings, signed statements. If they ever try to deny it, this will bury them." I picked up one of the documents, a signed check from the Pierce Family Trust, marked "For Adoption Care Expenses, endorsed by Caroline Monroe." The date matched exactly when Valerie had started her company. Helen leaned back, her eyes on the window. "You know what the hardest part of aging is? Watching people rewrite history because they think you're too tired to stop them." "Oh?" I studied her face, lined, pale, but still fierce. "You've been watching them all this time, haven't you?" She nodded. "For years. The family dinners, the insults, the money talk. I saw how they treated you, how they treated each other. I stayed quiet because I thought maybe they'd grow out of their greed. Turns out, greed ages better than people." A nurse knocked on the door with Helen's medication. She waved her off. "Later," she said. "We're discussing war plans." "Oud I woo." The nurse smiled, clearly used to this. "You and your granddaughter always talking strategy," she said, then left. "Granddaughter," Helen repeated after the door closed. "I like the sound of that." I swallowed hard. "You are my real grandmother." She looked satisfied, then poured herself more coffee. "Good. Then we're clear. Now listen carefully, Cassidy. This isn't just about money. It's about taking back your name. You've spent your life earning every inch while they built theirs on what wasn't theirs to begin with." "I don't want revenge," I said quietly. "Good," she replied. "Revenge is sloppy. Justice, on the other hand, is surgical. And we're going to perform it cleanly." She handed me a flash drive. "Everything's backed up here. Copies are already with my lawyer. When the time comes, you'll know what to do." The conversation paused while she sipped her coffee. Outside, the lake shimmered under the morning light. Ducks glided across the water, oblivious to the quiet warfare being planned upstairs. Helen's gaze followed them. "You know, when I was in Da Nang, there was a nurse who used to say, 'No one gets out of this world clean.' She was right. But I'll be damned if I leave it dirty." Her humor was dry, but the edge in her tone carried weight. I realized then she wasn't just preparing to expose them, she was preparing me to outlive them with dignity intact. I leaned forward. "What happens when they find out?" "They already suspect," she said. "Caroline called last week, asking odd questions about my will. Valerie's been dropping by with wine, pretending to care. They smell something coming. Let them. I look down at the flash drive, feeling the weight of it despite its size. They'll come after me. Or, of course they will, she said simply. That's what cowards do when they realize the power balance has shifted. Let them throw the first punch. You'll win by standing still. Her calmness was unnerving and reassuring at the same time. I asked, what about Richard? He's the quiet one. Quiet doesn't mean harmless. He's the one who handled the accounts. Without him, Valerie would still be flipping condos instead of running fake empires. They all played their parts. Helen leaned closer. You're not going to confront them yet. You'll gather your proof, stay professional, stay invisible, let them think they've gotten away with it. Until? Until they're too comfortable to hide. Her voice softened then. Cassidy, you have something they'll never understand: discipline. You know when to act and when to wait. Use that. I nodded slowly. You really believe I can pull this off? I wouldn't waste my last months on a lost cause, she said. A faint smile crossed her lips as she looked toward the hallway. Thomas will drive you home later. He's been my driver for 30 years, loyal as they come. If you need to move anything quietly, call him. I exhaled, trying to take it all in: the plan, the cancer, the flash drive, the weight of everything suddenly resting on my shoulders. Helen stood, using her cane for balance. Now, come help me to the porch. The sun's too nice to waste. I followed her outside. The air was crisp, the lake reflecting the clear blue of early morning. Helen settled into a chair with a blanket over her knees. You know, she said, I used to think forgiveness was the end of a story. Turns out, it's just another weapon. Some people don't deserve to be forgiven, they deserve to be exposed. She glanced at me with that same sharp, knowing look. Tell me something, Cassidy. When they made you pay that dinner bill, how did it make you feel? I thought for a moment, like I finally saw them clearly. Helen smiled faintly. Good. Clarity is where every real fight begins. The breeze shifted, carrying the faint scent of cedar from the trees lining the lake. Helen closed her eyes, content, and for the first time since that dinner, I felt something close to steady. The next few days moved like clockwork. Wake up, run 2 miles, go to work, keep quiet. I didn't talk to anyone about what I'd found, not even my closest friend at the office. I'd learned in the military that once you start talking, you start leaking. And this mission wasn't for discussion, it was for execution. The morning after visiting Helen, I drove back to my apartment in Tacoma. The building was still quiet, neighbors heading out for their commutes, the usual hum of city life bleeding into the background. I made coffee, sat at my kitchen counter, and opened my laptop. The flash drive Helen gave me sat beside the mug, small but heavy with meaning. I plugged it in and waited for the folders to load. The screen filled with labeled documents: financial transfers, trust statements, corporate records, correspondence. Each file was a piece of the puzzle, and the deeper I looked, the more the picture sharpened into something unmistakable. They had stolen my life before I even had a chance to live it. Every transfer trail led back to Valerie's company, VLM Real Estate Group. I opened a corporate registry database and cross-checked it. There, it was founded 12 years ago, right after the Pierce Family Trust transferred the last payment to my adoptive parents. I clicked through the list of shareholders. Caroline Monroe, 35%, Richard Monroe, 20%, Valerie, 45%, me, 0%. It was almost poetic, my name missing from the business that was built on money meant for me. The irony didn't sting as much as the clarity. I wasn't just the family's black sheep, I was their foundation stone, buried under their success story. Around noon, my work phone buzzed. It was an internal call from my Department Defense Systems Consulting. My manager wanted to check on the encryption proposal I'd submitted last week. I answered calmly, pretending I hadn't just spent the morning tracing financial fraud through my own family tree. Years in uniform had taught me how to compartmentalize, smile, focus, complete the task. After work, I stopped by a small cafe downtown. I needed air, caffeine, and a place where no one knew me. The news was playing on a muted TV above the counter local business highlights. Valerie's face appeared for a split second, her voice dubbed under the reporter's narration. Valerie Monroe continues to expand her Seattle luxury real estate empire. The barista asked if I wanted a refill. I just nodded. My stomach felt like it was lined with lead. Watching her on TV felt surreal, like I was seeing a stranger wearing my stolen future. When I got back to my car, I sat in silence. The rain started again, tapping against the windshield. I didn't cry. I hadn't cried in years. What I felt wasn't sadness. It was calculation. Helen had been right. This wasn't about revenge. It was about precision. That night, I opened a new document on my computer and titled it Operation Monroe. Old habits die hard. I started outlining everything I knew. Names, dates, bank accounts, connections. Every action needed a purpose. Every purpose needed evidence. First objective: verify the missing trust funds with external records. Second, track the reinvestments and show how the company benefited from stolen capital. Third, identify who helped cover it up. I worked until my eyes burned. The next morning, my phone buzzed again, this time with a social media notification. Valerie had tagged me in a post. The caption read, "Some people just can't move on. Family's family, right?" with a photo of her holding a glass of champagne. The comments were full of sycophants congratulating her success. Not a single person noticed the cruelty hidden between her words. That post wasn't meant for likes. It was bait. I didn't respond. I took a screenshot instead. Then I blocked her. Later that day, I got a call from the care home. Helen had been admitted to the hospital for observation. Her condition had worsened overnight. I left work without telling anyone and drove to Olympia. The traffic was merciless, every red light testing my patience. When I arrived, Helen was sitting up in her bed, oxygen tube in her nose, but her eyes alert as ever. "You look like hell," she said. "Traffic," I replied. She chuckled softly. "Sure. Sit." I sat beside her, noticing the stack of papers on the tray table. "Working even here? Dying doesn't cancel paperwork," she said dryly. "I called my attorney this morning. The new will's almost ready." I stared at her. "You really don't need to do that." "I know, that's why I am." Her tone left no room for argument. She handed me a printed summary. It was short, just a few paragraphs, but it changed everything. Upon her passing, all remaining Pierce estate assets, including properties, accounts, and trust holdings, would transfer to me. Not to Caroline. Not to Valerie. "I can't take this," I said. "You're not taking," she corrected. "You're restoring balance. I built that trust to protect people like you. My daughter used it to build her daughter's ego. I want it set right before I go." She paused, her voice quieter now. "This isn't just about family. It's about honor. I served so others could live with it. Don't let them bury it with me." For a moment, the machines in the room hummed in perfect rhythm with the beating in my chest. Helen reached for my hand. "Promise me you'll see this through." I nodded. "I promise." "Good." She leaned back against the pillows. "Now, tell me, how's your aim these days?" I smiled despite everything. "Still better than most." "Then you're ready." The next day, I visited her attorney's office downtown. The man looked older than his years, with stacks of paper surrounding him like walls. "Mrs. Pierce told me to expect you," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. "She's thorough." And inside were legal drafts, financial documents, and notarized statements. All signed, all binding. Helen wasn't bluffing. She had already set everything in motion. Walking out of that office, I realized the dynamic had shifted. The family that once humiliated me at dinner no longer held the power they thought they did. They just didn't know it yet. Back at work, I tried to act normal, but word travels fast in small cities. Someone mentioned seeing Valerie on the local business channel again, this time boasting about an exclusive investment deal in Seattle's waterfront. She was expanding, using the same money that didn't belong to her. I felt something in me click a clean, focused resolve. I didn't feel small anymore. I didn't feel excluded. I felt ready. That night, I went back to my apartment and pulled out the trunk again, the same one that held my military patches and folded flag. I took out my old field notebook and flipped through its pages, handwritten reminders from deployment, tactical notes, leadership quotes. One line stood out, circled in red ink. "The mission isn't personal, it's necessary." It wasn't just words, it was a reminder. Revenge is emotional, Justice is structured. I closed the book, sat back, and let the silence fill the room. The city outside hummed faintly, cars passing, sirens echoing somewhere distant. I didn't feel the need to move. Not yet. Some fights don't start with noise, they start with stillness. And as the night settled, the silence around me stopped feeling empty. It started feeling like focus. The first rule they teach you in military intelligence is simple. Never start digging unless you're ready for what you'll find. The second rule is even simpler: document everything. I hadn't planned to return to that mindset, but my laptop was already filled with spreadsheets, account numbers, and timestamps by the end of the week. My old training had come back like muscle memory. I didn't even think about it. I just started operating like I was back on assignment. My civilian job gave me all the cover I needed. As a cybersecurity analyst for a defense contractor, no one questioned why I spent long hours in front of encrypted files or financial databases. I used my own systems, separate from work networks, but my habits stayed the same. VPNs, air-gapped drives, data mirrors. The Monroe family had stolen a trust fund, but they weren't subtle about it. Greedy people never are. I started by tracing VLM Real Estate Group's early funding. Public filings showed the first investment round $600,000 from private family funds. That phrase always hides something. The account number in the filing ended with the same 4 digits as the Pierce Family Trust. I cross-checked the transfer records Helen had stored. The numbers matched perfectly. That was my first confirmation. Valerie's entire company was built on stolen trust money. But a single connection wouldn't be enough. I needed a map, one that showed the entire flow from my adoption fund to their business empire. So, I built one. It took 2 nights, a bottle of black coffee, and more screen time than I cared to admit. By the end, the lines looked like a spider web stretched over a city map, Pierce Trust at the center, branches feeding into shell corporations, then into VLM subsidiaries. Caroline's name appeared twice, Richard's 3 times, Valerie's on almost every page. Every document was time-stamped, signed, and stored. Helen had already gathered half the evidence. I was just connecting the dots. Around midnight on the 3rd day, I leaned back and stared at the monitor. The proof was there, solid and clean. But something else stood out. An internal transfer from VLM to an account under Harborlight Foundation. I looked it up. It was a charity Valerie had launched 3 years ago to empower young women in business. I nearly laughed. The foundation had funneled over $2 million to offshore accounts in the Caymans. The next morning, I called a contact from my Air Force days, Elliot Brooks, a retired signals analyst who now ran private audits for government contractors. "You're calling about family money?" he asked after I explained. "Not exactly family," I said. "More like theft disguised as entrepreneurship." He whistled. "You're going to dig into that personally?" "I already have." There was a pause. Then he said, "Send me the data. I'll make it whistle if it's real." This. I didn't trust many people, but Elliot was one of the few who knew how to handle classified level information. Within 48 hours, he sent back a compressed report. His message read, "You're right. It's fraud and bad. If this ever goes to court, they'll burn. But watch your back, whoever's cleaning their books knows what they're doing." That line stayed with me. Someone was actively hiding the money trail. Someone with experience. That afternoon, I drove to a nearby park just to clear my head. The air smelled of pine and rain. I sat on a bench and watched joggers pass, couples walking dogs, kids feeding ducks. Ordinary life looked easy when you weren't the one holding a ticking secret. My phone buzzed with a message from Helen's nurse. "Mrs. Pierce is resting but stable today. She keeps asking if you've started the plan." I smiled faintly and texted back, "Tell her the mission's underway." I'd won. By evening, I was deep in the next phase, gathering communications. Valerie was arrogant enough to leave digital fingerprints everywhere. Her company used a shared internal messaging platform. Through a public link to one of her PR campaigns, I found cached metadata archived messages attached to file uploads. One of them was from her to Caroline. "If that soldier girl ever asks where the adoption fund went, just tell her we spent it on her therapy sessions. Nobody checks those records." Now, I sat frozen for a moment. There it was, proof of intent. Proof they knew exactly what they'd done. I saved the message, encrypted it, and backed it up to multiple drives. Then I printed it. There's something grounding about holding evidence in your hands, something that reminds you this isn't just pixels, it's truth. Later that night, as I was sorting through files, I got an email from Valerie. No subject, no greeting, just, "You always were nosy. Careful where you dig. Some things are better left buried." I stared at it for a long minute, then deleted it. Digital threats only work if you acknowledge them. The next day, I met with a financial investigator who occasionally consulted for federal agencies. Her name was Dana, sharp-eyed, efficient. We sat in a quiet cafe while she flipped through the summary I'd printed. "This isn't small-time embezzlement," she said. "It's systemic fraud. You could hand this to the state attorney right now." "That." "I'm not handing it to anyone yet," I said. "Not until I know Helen's safe and I understand how deep it goes." Dana studied me for a second. "You sound like you're planning an operation." I smiled. Force of habit. When I left the cafe, the rain had turned to mist, the city glowing under streetlights. I drove back to Tacoma and parked outside my building, engine idling. Across the street, I saw a black SUV that hadn't been there before. The driver's face was hidden behind tinted glass. It could have been anyone: delivery, security, random commuter. Still, my instincts didn't like coincidences. I noted the license plate before heading upstairs. Back inside, I checked my home security feed. The SUV drove away 5 minutes later. No one had approached the door. No sign of forced entry. Maybe paranoia. Maybe not. I went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. The silence felt heavier than usual. It wasn't fear, it was readiness. My computer chimed with a new message. Elliot again. He'd found something buried in the financial logs. "Your father," he wrote, "didn't just transfer money. He built an entire holding company in your name. Closed it 2 months later after moving funds through it. It looks like they used your ID to make it look clean. Identity fraud. It wasn't just theft anymore, it was impersonation." I exhaled slowly. The room felt smaller. They hadn't just taken money. They'd used my name to hide their crimes. Every humiliation suddenly made sense. Keeping me small, quiet, disconnected, that was their strategy all along. The documents Helen had given me weren't just evidence of greed. They were proof of a coordinated cover-up. And that meant the next step wouldn't be digital. It would be personal. I printed the full report and locked it in the trunk under my bed with the rest of Helen's files. My military chest was starting to look more like an evidence vault than a memory box. As I closed the lid, the faint hum of traffic outside faded into a steady rhythm. Every sound, the refrigerator clicking, the rain tapping, the distant echo of sirens merged into one quiet certainty. This wasn't about who they were anymore. It was about who I refused to be. The first thing I noticed when I walked into Helen's hospital room was the smell of lilies. Someone had filled 2 vases with flowers so white they almost glowed under the fluorescent lights. Helen sat propped up against her pillows, an IV line in one arm, her eyes sharp despite the oxygen tube. "You look like you haven't slept in days," she said, her voice thin but steady. "I haven't," I admitted. "Good, it means you're doing something useful." I smiled faintly. She could still command a room without moving an inch. On the tray next to her bed sat a thick envelope sealed with her lawyer's stamp. I didn't ask what it was, I already knew. Outside the door, I could hear voices. Caroline's sharp, controlled tone, Valerie's louder, dripping with fake concern, Richard's low baritone murmuring something about timing. Helen raised an eyebrow. "They're here." "Of course they are," I said. News travels fast when money's involved. The door opened before I could say more. Valerie entered first, wearing a designer coat like she was stepping into a board meeting instead of a hospital room. Caroline followed, her expression painted with practiced sadness. Richard came last, carrying a bottle of wine because nothing says family support like Pinot Noir in a cancer ward. "Mother," Caroline began, "you should have told us you were this sick." Helen looked unimpressed. "I told you, you just didn't listen." "I mean not." Valerie walked to the foot of the bed, her heels clicking like punctuation marks. "We were so worried," she said sweetly. "You should have called me. I could have arranged better care." "Like you arranged that real estate scam?" Helen replied. The words landed hard. Valerie's smile froze, but she recovered quickly. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. "Sure you do," Helen said. You've been laundering my granddaughter's adoption fund through your company for over a decade. I may be old, but I'm not senile. The room went silent. Caroline's eyes darted toward me. Cassidy, what are you doing here? Standing where I belong, I said. Helen gestured toward the envelope. Since you're all here, let's make this official. The door opened again. A man in a gray suit stepped in, the family lawyer, Mr. Garner. He nodded politely and took a seat beside Helen's bed. Mrs. Pierce asked me to read her new will, he said. Caroline's hand twitched. New will? Yes, Helen said, her tone calm. The old one was written before I realized how thoroughly you'd all disgraced my name. Valerie scoffed. This is ridiculous. You're not in your right mind. She's manipulating you, she said, pointing at me. Helen smirked. If I were being manipulated, I'd be smiling like you are. Mr. Garner cleared his throat and began reading. His voice was precise, legal, unshakable. I, Helen Pierce, being of sound mind and body, do hereby revoke all previous wills and declarations. I leave the entirety of my estate, real, financial, and charitable, to my granddaughter, Cassidy Monroe. Valerie's jaw dropped. Caroline's face drained of color. Richard muttered something under his breath that sounded a lot like a curse. You can't do that, Caroline snapped. The Pierce estate has family obligations. It does, Helen said. To family. You stopped qualifying when you started stealing. Valerie took a step closer, voice rising. You're making a mistake. She's not even blood. Helen's eyes hardened. Blood doesn't make family. Honor does. For a moment no one spoke. Even the machines seemed to quiet. The lawyer continued, reading the final lines. This will is effective immediately and will be filed with the county probate office today. Caroline tried to recover her composure. We'll contest this. Helen smiled. Of course you will. Thieves hate losing property they didn't earn. Richard's calm finally cracked. You've poisoned this family, he said, pointing at me. You turned her against us. I looked him straight in the eye. You didn't need help doing that. Valerie let out a shaky laugh. Oh, this is rich. You think some old paperwork is going to hold up? Wait until the press hears that the military hero manipulated a dying woman for her fortune. Nye? Helen leaned forward, her voice low but sharp. Careful, Valerie. You don't want to slander someone who has all your financial records saved on multiple hard drives. Valerie froze. Caroline looked at me, her voice trembling. You wouldn't. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. Mr. Garner packed up the documents, nodded at Helen, and left quietly. The sound of the door clicking shut was almost satisfying. Valerie turned back toward Helen. You've lost your mind. Oh, no, Helen said, her tone even. I finally found my courage. Caroline stepped forward, trying to regain control. Mother, we can still fix this. Let's sit down, just us. We'll work it out. Helen shook her head. You had 30 years to work it out. Now you can live with what you've built. Richard exhaled slowly, like a man realizing the game was over. He set the wine bottle down on the table and looked at Helen. You always did like drama. Helen smirked. And you always mistook decency for weakness. The air in the room thickened, every word landing heavier than the one before. I stood quietly by the window, watching the reflection of my family tearing itself apart. For once, I didn't feel out of place. I felt exactly where I was meant to be. The nurse entered, breaking the tension. I'm sorry. Visiting hours are almost over. Caroline gathered her things, trying to look composed. Valerie stormed out first, her heels echoing down the hallway. Richard followed, muttering about lawyers. Caroline hesitated at the door, turning back to Helen. You're making a mistake, she said softly. Helen smiled faintly. No, dear. I'm correcting one. When they were gone, Helen let out a breath. Well, she said, that was satisfying. I laughed quietly. You planned that perfectly. Of course I did, she said. You don't get to my age without learning timing. I sat beside her. They'll fight this, you know. Let them. They'll waste money and pride doing it. Meanwhile, you'll be free. The nurse returned to adjust her IV, giving us a polite smile before leaving again. Helen leaned back against her pillows, eyes half closed. You know what I liked best about that whole performance? What? The part where Valerie realized her fake empire just got stripped of its foundation. The woman could barely breathe. I chuckled. You really are dangerous, Grandma. Ashel. Helen opened one eye. Don't flatter me, soldier. You've got work to do. Her words hung there, half a command, half a benediction. Outside the window, the sky over Olympia had turned to soft gray. Raindrops streaked the glass, each one catching the reflection of the room. Helen closed her eyes, her breathing slow but steady. For a while, I just sat there, listening to the rain, watching the quiet rise and fall of her chest. Everything that needed to be said had been said, yet the silence didn't feel empty. It felt earned. The door opened again, and the nurse whispered something about discharge papers, about moving Helen to a quieter room tomorrow. I nodded. Helen didn't stir. She was resting. The kind of rest that comes after a battle well fought. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was on the outside of my own story. The news broke before breakfast. I hadn't even finished pouring my coffee when my phone started vibrating nonstop calls, texts, email alerts. At first, I thought it was another work issue. Then I saw the headline splashed across my screen in bold letters. Seattle heiress disinherits family. Leaves entire fortune to adopted granddaughter. They'd used a photo of Helen and me taken at a veterans charity event 2 years earlier. She was smiling proudly. I was in uniform, and the caption underneath read, Air Force intelligence officer becomes unexpected billionaire heir. I nearly dropped the mug. The phone buzzed again. Valerie. I didn't answer. Then Caroline. Richard? Even a few unknown numbers. The last call was from a local news station requesting a live interview. I shut the phone off and let the silence settle. The story had spread faster than wildfire. Every outlet from Seattle to San Francisco was running it, some sympathetic, some not. The first wave of coverage painted it as a heartwarming story about a veteran finally getting justice. But the second wave was pure chaos. Headlines like, Greedy soldier manipulates dying grandmother, and Family betrayal, the adoption heir scandal, filled the feeds. Comment sections were a war zone. Half the people called me a hero, the other half called me a con artist. I opened my laptop, scrolled through the endless chatter, and then shut it just as fast. Reading those comments felt like walking barefoot on broken glass. That's when the knock came at my door. 3 sharp raps, firm, deliberate. I glanced through the peephole and saw a familiar face. Walter. Helen's lawyer. I opened the door and he stepped in with his briefcase, looking like a man who'd been awake since yesterday. You've seen the news? He asked. Hard to miss, I said. He nodded. They've filed to contest the will. Of course they have, I muttered. Valerie probably drafted the motion herself between Instagram posts. Walter gave a dry smile. Actually, she hired a crisis PR firm and a legal team out of Bellevue. They're claiming undue influence and diminished capacity. Translation. They're desperate. Exactly. But desperation can still cause damage. We need to stay ahead of it. He placed a folder on my counter. Inside were preliminary filings. Formal, sterile, full of legalese. But the heart of it was simple. My family wanted everything back. They're alleging you manipulated Mrs. Pierce while she was ill, Walter continued. That you isolated her, interfered with medical care, and pressured her into changing her will. I let out a breath through my nose. They're accusing me of elder abuse. He nodded. It's an ugly tactic. They'll push it hard. I leaned against the counter. Do we have proof of her mental competence? 3 separate medical evaluations, all dated within 2 weeks of the new will, he said. Signed, notarized, and backed by testimony from hospital staff. She was sharp until the end. That was Helen, always one step ahead. Walter slid another document forward. The bigger issue is public perception. Valerie's already contacted multiple journalists. She's painting herself as the victim. He opened his tablet and played a short clip. Valerie was sitting in a studio, perfect lighting, perfect hair, tears carefully balanced in her eyes. I loved my grandmother, she said, voice trembling just enough. We were close until Cassidy came back into her life. After that, everything changed. My grandmother became distant, confused, manipulated. I watched in silence as the reporter nodded sympathetically. You think Cassidy Monroe influenced the will? I don't want to accuse anyone, Valerie said, lowering her gaze. But my grandmother was sick, vulnerable, and Cassidy had military training in psychological operations. Make of that what you will. I felt heat crawl up my neck. She's implying I brainwashed her? Walter sighed. It's a calculated smear. It'll trend for days. The video cut back to the anchor, summarizing the ongoing investigation. Investigation? I asked. The family filed a request for an inquiry with the county's Adult Protective Services. It's routine, they'll find nothing, but the optics are bad. I rubbed my temples. So now I'm a con artist and an abuser. Great. Walter closed the folder. You have two options. We can ignore it and let it die out naturally, or we fight fire with fire, go public, set the record straight. I thought of Helen's last words before she fell asleep in that hospital bed. Don't let them bury your honor with me. I looked up. We go public. Walter's smile was small but approving. I figured you'd say that. We arranged a press conference for the following afternoon. He'd handle logistics. I'd handle the truth. That night, I couldn't sleep. My phone lit up every few minutes with messages, some from strangers thanking me for my service, others from trolls telling me to rot in prison. At 2 a.m., I got a text from an unknown number. You'll regret this. We're just getting started. No signature. But I didn't need one. Valerie's grammar was always too polished for her own good. The next morning, when I arrived at the downtown office where the conference would be held, reporters were already gathering outside. Cameras, microphones, flashes, the whole circus. Walter met me at the entrance. You sure about this? He asked. Completely. Inside, the room was set with a podium, microphones, and a backdrop showing Helen's Foundation logo. I stood behind the podium, took a breath, and faced the cameras. Good afternoon, I began. I'm not here to defend myself. I'm here to defend the truth. I told them everything, how I was adopted into a family that spent years reminding me I wasn't one of them, how they stole the money meant for my care and used it to fund their lifestyles, how Helen discovered it, confronted them, and chose to make things right. I spoke plainly, without drama, without tears. When I mentioned Helen's military service as a nurse during the Gulf War, I saw a few reporters lower their pens, listening instead of judging. Then I said, the woman who raised me believed that honor means protecting what's right, even if it costs you everything. That's what she did. That's what I'm doing. The room was quiet when I stepped back. Walter fielded the legal questions, then ended the conference. Outside, the reporters swarmed, but I walked straight through. By evening, the internet had shifted. The clips of my speech were everywhere. The public mood was changing. People started to see through the Monroe's performance. Valerie's interview was now being dissected frame by frame, her crocodile tears compared to my straight answers. Still, victory never comes clean. That night, as I was reviewing messages, one headline caught my eye. Valerie Monroe's on-camera breakdown. The truth behind the heiress meltdown. I clicked the video. It showed her storming out of an interview, shouting at a producer, her voice caught on a live mic. That soldier stole everything, she brainwashed Grandma for money. The internet did what it always does, it devoured her alive. Commentators called her entitled, manipulative, cruel, memes, flooded the feed within hours. My phone buzzed nonstop again, but this time the messages were different. Good for you, Cassidy. She got what she deserved. Irony. Finally, someone stands up to these spoiled brats. For once, the noise didn't hurt. It just confirmed what I already knew. Helen had turned the tide before she ever left. I poured another cup of coffee and stared out the window. The night sky reflected against the glass, the city glowing below. I didn't feel triumphant. I just felt steady. The truth had finally stepped into the light, and the people who built their lives on lies were choking on it. The courthouse smelled like old wood and cold coffee. Cameras flashed outside as Walter and I walked up the stone steps. He looked calm, professional, unreadable. The kind of man who'd seen too many families destroy themselves over inheritance. I wasn't nervous. Not anymore. I'd spent years being humiliated in front of these people. A courtroom wasn't going to shake me. Inside, everything felt sterile and slow. The bailiff called names, lawyers shuffled papers, reporters filled the back benches. Valerie sat at the defense table, wearing a black suit like she was auditioning for a sympathy documentary. Caroline sat beside her, pretending to dab her eyes, and Richard leaned back, arms crossed, pretending this was all beneath him. I didn't look at them. My eyes stayed on the judge, Honorable Diane Miller, a woman known for her no-nonsense rulings. She entered without ceremony, adjusted her glasses, and spoke in a voice that could silence a riot. "We're here regarding the contested will of the late Mrs. Helen Pierce," she said. "Let's proceed." Valerie's lawyer stood first, tall and smooth-talking, the kind of man who used charm to disguise the rot underneath. "Your Honor," he began, "this case is about compassion. My clients, the Monroes, are a loving family blindsided by manipulation. We will show that the deceased was coerced into rewriting her will under undue influence by the respondent, Miss Cassidy Monroe." He used my full name like it was an insult. I just crossed my legs and kept my face neutral. When he finished, Walter rose. He didn't waste time. "Your Honor, this case isn't about compassion. It's about accountability. The evidence will show that the Monroes defrauded their own family trust for decades, stole funds meant for the respondent's upbringing, and used intimidation and humiliation to keep her silent." Mrs. Pierce, fully aware and of sound mind, corrected that wrong. He didn't raise his voice once. The weight of his words did the work for him. The first witness was Helen's nurse, a woman in her 50s with clear eyes and a steady voice. She described Helen as sharp as a tack until her last week. She knew exactly what she was signing, she said, and she was furious about how her family had treated Cassidy. Valerie's lawyer tried to trip her up. "Are you saying an elderly cancer patient wasn't vulnerable to suggestion?" The nurse didn't flinch. "I'm saying she was the most stubborn patient I've ever had. Nobody made her do anything she didn't want to." The courtroom chuckled softly. Even the judge smiled. Next, Walter presented the financial documents, the same ones I'd spent nights piecing together. Transfers, account records, shell companies, the whole blueprint of their fraud. Each file was projected on the courtroom screen, the numbers glowing under fluorescent lights like a confession. Valerie's lawyer objected to everything. Irrelevant, invasive, out of context. Judge Miller cut him off. "It's perfectly relevant. Overruled." When my turn came to testify, I took the stand without looking at my family. Walter asked simple questions: how I discovered the documents, what Helen told me, what I experienced growing up in their house. I spoke plainly. No dramatics, no tears. They made it clear I wasn't part of the family, I said. They used my birth story as a punchline. And when they thought they'd gotten away with what they stole, they made me pay for their dinner, as a final reminder of my place. And Annette. Valerie rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might stick. Her lawyer tried to discredit me. "Miss Monroe, isn't it true you have military training in psychological operations?" "Yes," I said. "And isn't it true such training could be used to manipulate someone emotionally?" "Not unless they deserve it," I replied. The courtroom laughed again. The judge smirked but quickly returned to her notes. When Valerie took the stand, the energy in the room changed. She was all fake composure, voice trembling at carefully chosen moments. "I loved my grandmother," she said. "I just wanted what was fair." Walter stepped forward for cross-examination. "Fair?" he asked. "Like using stolen adoption funds to start your company?" Valerie hesitated. "That money was given to my parents." "Given for Cassidy's care," Walter said. "And your company's first investment round came from those exact funds. You used that money, didn't you?" "I don't recall," she said weakly. Walter tapped his tablet. "Would you recall it better if I played this?" He hit play. The courtroom speakers filled with Valerie's own voice, her message to Caroline. "If that soldier girl ever asks where the adoption fund went, just tell her we spent it on therapy sessions." The silence that followed was electric. Valerie's face went pale, her hands tightening into fists. Caroline tried to whisper something, but the damage was done. The judge leaned forward. "Is that your voice, Miss Monroe?" Valerie hesitated. "It's been taken out of context." Judge Miller raised an eyebrow. The context being fraud? No one laughed this time. The rest of the session went downhill for them fast. Richard's testimony fell apart under simple questioning. Caroline tried the sympathy angle, claiming confusion, then accidentally confirmed one of the wire transfers. Their lawyer objected so many times it became comedic. By the afternoon recess, everyone in the room knew how this would end. When court resumed, Walter presented Helen's signed medical evaluations, 3 doctors confirming her mental competence. The reports were concise, professional, airtight. Then came the final exhibit, the video deposition Helen had recorded just a week before she died. The screen lit up with her face frail but fierce, eyes steady on the camera. If you're watching this, she said, it means they're contesting my will. So let me be clear. I wasn't manipulated. I wasn't confused. I was angry. Angry that people I loved took advantage of a child and pretended it was kindness. Cassidy deserves everything I've given her. She earned it with strength, integrity, and grace. My only regret is that I didn't do this sooner. Valerie's lawyer objected, claiming emotional influence. The judge overruled it instantly. When the video ended, the courtroom was dead silent except for the hum of the air conditioner. Judge Miller took off her glasses and spoke slowly. I've reviewed the evidence, the testimony, and the documentation. It's overwhelming. She glanced toward my family. The Monroes have not only failed to prove undue influence, but have demonstrated a pattern of financial misconduct and abuse. Caroline started to cry. Valerie stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. Richard rubbed his temples. The judge continued. Therefore, I am ruling in favor of the will as executed. The estate of Helen Pierce will remain under the sole control of Cassidy Monroe. Additionally, restitution of the misappropriated adoption funds, totaling $2.3 million with accrued interest, is ordered payable within 90 days. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Valerie's lawyer tried to object again, but the judge cut him off with a single look. Court adjourned, she said, slamming her gavel. The sound echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. Reporters surged forward as we exited, microphones waving, flashes going off like strobe lights. Walter guided me past them, saying nothing. Outside, the air felt brighter than it had in years. Down the courthouse steps, I caught sight of Valerie shouting into her phone. Caroline slumped beside her, Richard pacing like a man, watching his empire crumble. For once, I didn't feel small under their shadow. Justice didn't roar, it whispered, and that whisper was louder than all their noise combined. By the time I got home from court, the entire city had seen the verdict. It was on every local news channel, trending on social media, replayed in slow motion like a public execution. Clips of Valerie's face, stiff, wide-eyed, humiliated, were spliced beside Helen's recorded words. The contrast was cinematic. My inbox flooded with messages from strangers. Some thanked me for standing up for decency. Others wanted interviews, book deals, speaking engagements. A few offered sympathy wrapped in curiosity, like they wanted front-row seats to whatever came next. I ignored all of it. The only thing that mattered was that Helen's name was clean again, and her estate, her life's work, was finally in the hands of someone who wouldn't corrupt it. Walter called that evening. Congratulations, he said simply. Feels strange to call it that, I replied. I know. Justice always feels a little hollow when it finally lands. He paused. But you did good, Cassidy. Helen would be proud. I believed him. Still, it didn't feel like victory. It felt like balance restored after too many years of tilting the wrong way. The next morning, I woke to the sound of reporters shouting outside my apartment building. Someone had leaked my address. I peeked through the blinds and saw a small crowd. Cameras, microphones, flashes. A few neighbors were filming the chaos from their balconies. I didn't panic. I just packed a bag, grabbed my car keys, and slipped out through the back alley. By noon, I was at Helen's estate overlooking Lake Washington. Thomas, her longtime driver, opened the door with a knowing nod. I figured you'd come here, he said. It's quiet, safe. Inside, the place felt like a museum frozen in time. Helen's books still lined the shelves, her scent faintly clinging to the curtains. The staff had been reduced to a skeleton crew, all loyal to her memory. Thomas poured coffee and left me alone in the study. The house was silent, except for the sound of water lapping against the dock outside. I opened Helen's desk drawer and found a small notebook labeled, For Cassidy. Inside were short handwritten notes, reminders, ideas, quotes from soldiers and leaders she admired. On the last page, in her neat cursive, she'd written, Honor is quiet. Revenge is noisy. Choose honor every time. I closed the book and felt something shift in my chest. Not sadness, not relief, just clarity. Later that afternoon, Walter arrived to finalize the legal paperwork. The trust transfer is complete, he said. You now control all assets and holdings under the Pierce estate. That includes the companies, properties, and charitable foundations. That's a lot of responsibility, I said. He smiled. Helen thought you could handle it, so do I. We went through the logistics, the foundation accounts, management teams, tax filings. Everything Helen had built was intact, waiting for direction. I wasn't sure what to do first, but I knew what not to do. Become them. By evening, the media storm intensified. Valerie had gone off the rails completely. Her meltdown outside the courthouse, caught by every major outlet, had already gone viral. "This is a scam!" she screamed into a reporter's mic. "That woman manipulated my grandmother. She's not family." The clip ended with her being ushered into a car by security, still shouting. The internet turned it into a meme within hours. Someone added text that read, "When you lose your inheritance and your dignity in the same day." It had millions of views by morning. Caroline tried to play the opposite angle, appearing in a tearful interview with a local paper. "I just want my mother to rest in peace," she said softly, hands folded like a saint. But her halo cracked when the journalist asked about the $750,000 adoption fund. Caroline's response, "That money was spent caring for Cassidy," triggered a public records check. The next day, the paper published proof of luxury purchases and vacations funded by that same account. The sympathy evaporated overnight. Richard stayed mostly silent, though a neighbor caught him shouting on the phone in his driveway, threatening to sue every journalist in Washington. Within a week, his law firm suspended him for ethical concerns. Each of them collapsed in their own way, publicly and spectacularly. Valerie's company lost investors. Caroline's social circle turned on her. Richard's reputation crumbled. Watching it all unfold didn't bring joy, just closure. A few days later, Walter showed me an email from the state prosecutor. "They're pursuing criminal charges," he said. "Misappropriation, tax fraud, identity theft, it's moving fast." "They deserve it," I said quietly. He nodded. "You don't have to participate if you don't want to. Your testimony from the civil case is enough." "I'll testify," I said. "If they want to talk about accountability, they can do it under oath." Outside, the weather had shifted. The gray Seattle drizzle had given way to a cold, clean wind. I stepped out onto the balcony, overlooking the water. The air smelled sharp, like rain and cedar. For the first time in years, I could breathe without that familiar weight pressing on my chest. But peace never lasts long when people lose their power. That night, around 9 p.m., someone threw a rock through the front gate's security glass. The cameras caught it, Valerie's husband's car idling nearby. I called the police, filed a report, and upgraded the estate's security to military-grade sensors. The next morning, a restraining order was issued against all three of them. Still, I knew better than to underestimate desperate people. Walter called again that afternoon. "They're finished," he said. "But you should still stay alert." "I always am." Later that evening, I sat in Helen's office again, the soft hum of the fireplace filling the space. I opened the notebook she'd left me and reread the last line, "Choose honor every time." I realized she hadn't just left me wealth. She'd left me a mission. So, I made a decision. The first thing I'd do with the estate wasn't to expand the companies or move into luxury. It would be to build something that actually mattered, something Helen would have built if she'd had more time. I picked up the phone and called Thomas. "I need you to contact the foundation team," I said. "We're going to expand operations statewide. Legal aid for adopted kids, therapy services, education grants, emergency housing, the works." He hesitated, then smiled. "Helen would like that." "Exactly," I said. The next few weeks blurred into motion meetings, legal filings, endless calls. The press had shifted focus again, from scandal to redemption. Veteran heir uses inheritance to help abused children. The story practically wrote itself. But behind the headlines, I kept my distance from everything that still smelled like the Monroes. Valerie's assets were seized. Caroline and Richard faced financial audits. Their world had flipped, and for once, mine stood still. One evening, as I reviewed the first blueprint for the new foundation center, I heard the faint ping of an incoming message. It was from an unknown number, but the content was short and sharp. "You think this is over? Watch your back. Abo." No name, no punctuation, but I didn't need a signature. I saved the message, forwarded it to Walter, and deleted it from my phone. Then I leaned back, looked around the quiet house, and realized something that made me smile. Fear had no place here anymore. Not in Helen's home, not in my story, not in the life they'd tried to take from me. Everything they'd built on deceit had fallen apart, and everything Helen had built on truth was finally standing tall. The first time I walked into the new foundation office, the smell of fresh paint and sawdust hit me like a clean slate. The sign over the door read, "The Helen Pierce Center for Honor and Family Advocacy." I'd insisted on that name, not Cassidy Monroe Foundation, not some fancy acronym, just Helen's name, because she was the reason this existed at all. The space wasn't flashy. It didn't need to be. A few rooms for counseling, a legal assistance desk, a small media corner for awareness campaigns. The walls were lined with photos of military service women, foster parents, and kids who'd been adopted. Real faces, real stories. Every inch of it was built with purpose. The first meeting that morning was with the city's Department of Veterans Affairs. They'd offered partial funding to help connect discharged service members to family counseling and reintegration programs. The man leading the team, an older vet named Frank, shook my hand with the kind of grip that said he'd seen the same kind of battles I had. "Hell of a story you've got, Monroe," he said. "I've heard that one before," I replied. He smiled. "Difference is, you actually did something with it. Most people just stay mad." "Anger's cheap," I said. "Action costs something. That's how you know it's worth it." We went over the logistics partnerships, grants, volunteers. I spoke plainly, the way I used to in briefings. No fluff, no pity, just execution. When the meeting ended, Frank patted my shoulder. "You remind me of my old CO, he said. "She didn't talk much either, just got things done." That was the best compliment I'd gotten all year. Outside, the wind off the Puget Sound was brisk but clean. Seattle had finally stopped raining, and the clouds looked like they were giving me a break for once. I walked down to the dock near the property and watched the water shift under the light. Helen used to say the water was honest, always moving, never pretending to be still. I could almost hear her voice when the wind rustled through the trees. Back at the house, Thomas had set up an old military trunk in Helen's study. Inside were files she'd kept from her nursing days, medical reports, commendations, even letters from soldiers she'd treated. One letter caught my attention. The handwriting was young, messy, sincere. "You told me once that surviving isn't about luck. It's about what you do with your second chance. I made it home. I'm trying to make it count." There was no name, just a signature. J.S. I folded the letter and placed it on her desk. That line, "Make it count," became the motto for the foundation. We printed it on the wall above the reception desk. People needed to see it when they walked in, especially the ones who didn't believe they had anything left to give. Within a month, the center started getting calls from adopted kids, single moms, veterans, people who'd been dismissed or silenced by family politics, by the system, by bad luck. We didn't fix everything, but we listened. Sometimes that's enough. The first teenager we helped was a 16-year-old named Noah. His foster parents had drained his college savings for a family trip. He reminded me too much of myself at that age. Quiet, polite, always apologizing for taking up space. We helped him file for restitution and got him into a scholarship program. When he left the office that day, he turned to me and said, "You don't talk like most adults." I laughed. "That's because most adults like the sound of their own advice. I just like results." He grinned. "Helen would have liked you." I nodded. "She would have liked you more." Oh. That night, I sat in Helen's study again, reviewing reports. The estate was stable, the trust fully transferred, and the foundation was growing faster than expected. Walter called to update me on the Monroes. Valerie was facing criminal charges. Caroline had declared bankruptcy, and Richard had quietly moved to Arizona, probably to hide from the press. Walter's tone was almost amused. "They've gone from owning the city to being owned by it," he said. "I don't need them ruined," I replied. "I just need them irrelevant." "Well, mission accomplished," he said. After the call, I turned off the desk lamp and stared out the window. The lake reflected the night sky like a calm mirror. I thought about Helen's words again. Honor is quiet. She was right. The noise had finally stopped. A week later, the center hosted its first public event, Family and Honor Day. We invited veterans, adoptees, and local families. I gave a short speech, nothing dramatic, just a few sentences about why the foundation existed. I spent a long time thinking revenge would fix everything. I said. But revenge doesn't fix, it feeds. It takes until there's nothing left of you. What does fix things? What actually rebuilds you is doing something that outlives the pain. People clapped, but that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was the old woman who came up to me afterward. She had tears in her eyes and a tremor in her voice. My son hasn't spoken to me in 5 years, she said. But I saw your story on the news. I called him yesterday. We talked for 2 hours. That did it. That was Helen's legacy working in real time. Over the next few months, the foundation expanded across Washington. We launched veteran mentorships, funded therapy sessions, and offered legal support for foster youth. The name Helen Pierce became synonymous with integrity. Every time I saw the logo an eagle perched on a bridge, symbolizing connection, I felt that same quiet pride Helen used to have when she'd finish a hard day's work. But the attention came with shadows. Journalists still tried to dig into my past, searching for drama to resurrect. One tabloid published an old photo of me in uniform, captioned, "From soldier to scandal survivor." I didn't care. Let them talk. The truth doesn't need PR. It just needs consistency. Frank stopped by one evening with a bottle of whiskey. "You've turned this place into something real," he said, pouring 2 glasses. "It's not mine," I said. "It's hers." He raised a brow. "You sure about that? Feels like both of you built it. She started it. You finished it." I didn't argue. Some things didn't need clarification. As he left, I walked him to the door, and he paused. "You know," he said, "what you did, it's bigger than revenge. It's redemption." I thought about that word long after he drove away. Redemption wasn't about undoing the past. It was about making sure the past didn't repeat itself. That night, I sat outside by the lake, watching the reflection of the foundation's lights shimmer across the water. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, steady and low. The wind carried the faintest echo of Helen's voice in my memory. "Don't let them bury your honor with me," I whispered into the darkness. I didn't. And for the first time, it didn't feel like defiance. It felt like peace. The morning light came in low and gold through the big windows of Helen's study. The house was quiet again. No lawyers, no reporters, no chaos. Just the faint hum of life going on outside. The coffee in my cup had gone cold, but I didn't mind. I'd learned to sit still with silence. It wasn't loneliness anymore, it was space. A photo of Helen sat on the edge of the desk, her in uniform, grinning beside a field medic tent somewhere overseas. I picked it up and traced a thumb along the frame. "Mission complete, Grandma," I said softly. Downstairs, the front door opened. Thomas's voice carried from the hall. "They're here, Miss Monroe." I stood, smoothed my shirt, and headed down. The delegation from the Veterans Association had arrived, 2 officers in dress blues and a woman from the state's civic board. They were there to finalize the partnership we'd been planning for months, a permanent fund supporting families of service members who died in active duty. It was the final piece of the Foundation's launch strategy, and it tied everything together exactly the way Helen would have wanted. The ceremony was small but dignified. We met in the main room overlooking the lake. A folded flag sat on a pedestal beside a framed photo of Helen, and next to it, a brass plaque engraved with her motto, "Honor is quiet, revenge is noisy." Colonel Ramirez, a woman with kind eyes and a voice like gravel, handed me a document to sign. "You're officially a federal partner now," she said. "That's no small thing." "Neither was Helen," I replied. Ramirez smiled. "Fair point." After they left, I stood alone by the window, watching the flag outside ripple in the wind. It was strange how something as small as a partnership form could feel like a closing chapter. The estate was stable, the foundation was running, and the ghosts of the Monroe family had finally gone silent. Or almost silent. A few days earlier, Valerie had been sentenced 18 months in federal prison, reduced for cooperation. Caroline got probation and a mountain of debt. Richard was still under investigation for tax evasion. Their lawyer tried to offer me an apology letter to rebuild the family relationship. I told him to burn it. There were some things not even forgiveness could fix. Still, I didn't hate them anymore. That surprised me. Hate had been a habit, something I carried like armor, but once it stopped being necessary, it just felt heavy. I didn't need it. The world had already balanced the scale. Later that week, I drove down to the veteran cemetery where Helen was buried. It was a gray afternoon, with mist curling over the grass like low smoke. Her headstone was simple, just her name, her rank, and one line she'd chosen herself. She served with honor. I crouched down beside it and laid a fresh lily across the stone. "You'd be happy to know the foundation's doing well," I said quietly. "We've already got 3 kids in scholarships and 2 vets starting their own programs. You built the blueprint, Helen. I just followed it." Net. The wind moved through the trees, soft but certain. I sat there for a while, letting the quiet wrap around me. The cemetery was peaceful, not heavy. Some people think peace means forgetting, but that's not true. Peace means remembering without pain. Back at the foundation, life moved fast. We launched a mentorship network for adopted youth, a legal aid clinic for foster families, and a partnership with the VA to provide therapy for veterans adjusting to civilian life. My days were filled with paperwork, calls, and too much caffeine, but it all mattered. Every meeting, every signature, every hand I shook, it all connected back to Helen's fight for dignity. One afternoon, Noah, the teenager we'd helped months ago, came by the office. He'd gotten his first college acceptance letter and wanted to thank me in person. "I'm majoring in mechanical engineering," he said, eyes bright. "Maybe one day I'll work for the Air Force too." "You'll do better," I said. "You'll design something they'll never figure out how to take credit for." He laughed. "That's the plan." When he left, I found myself smiling longer than I meant to. Maybe that's what healing looks like, not dramatic, not loud, just someone else moving forward because of something you built. That night, I took a walk by the lake. The city lights reflected across the water in fractured gold. I thought about how far everything had come from that dinner table where I was told to find another seat, to this quiet place of purpose. The irony wasn't lost on me. They had pushed me away, and it led me straight to everything they'd tried to keep for themselves. As I passed the dock, I noticed a small shape in the water, an envelope sealed in plastic, drifting against the edge. I pulled it out, half curious, half wary. Inside was a handwritten note. The ink was smudged, but the words were clear. "We were wrong. You were never the problem. Maybe one day, when all this noise dies down, we can talk. Caroline." I stood there a long moment, reading it again and again. Part of me expected anger, but none came. Maybe she'd finally realized what Helen had known all along, that family isn't blood, it's choice. I didn't respond. I folded the letter and placed it in Helen's notebook, between the pages about forgiveness and resilience. It didn't need an answer. The silence between us said enough. The next morning, the foundation hosted a ceremony for local veterans. The room was full uniforms, families, laughter, tears. Frank gave a short speech about integrity and service. When it was my turn to speak, I didn't prepare anything. I just walked to the podium, looked at the crowd, and said, "Sometimes justice doesn't look like punishment. Sometimes it looks like peace." People nodded. Some smiled. A few cried quietly. And for the first time, I didn't feel like I was performing my story, I was living it. After the ceremony, I stood outside with Frank, watching the sunset smear the sky in copper and pink. "You did it," he said. "We did it," I corrected. He chuckled. "Helen would have made you a hell of a commander." "She already did," I said. As the sun dipped behind the trees, the first lights flickered on inside the foundation building. The golden glow spilled out across the courtyard, catching on the brass letters of the sign Helen Pierce Center for Honor and Family Advocacy. The reflection shimmered across the lake, stretching toward the horizon. For a long while, I just stood there, hands in my pockets, breathing in the cool air. Everything around me, the water, the quiet, the purpose, it all felt exactly right. And when I finally turned to go inside, I caught myself whispering the words that had carried me through every step of this journey. Honor isn't something you inherit. It's something you earn, one choice at a time.
Hi, my name is Louisa Hayes. I'm 28 years old, the founder of the educational technology platform Skilltree based in Seattle. But before the glass-walled office, the million-dollar investments, or the smiling magazine covers, I was the daughter my own parents abandoned at 16, leaving me with nothing but a crumpled note that said, "You'll understand someday." They left without a word, without a penny, without even a backward glance. 12 years later, after I had rebuilt my life from those ruins, they came back, saying that what happened back then was a lesson to make you stronger, and demanded that I share my success as if there had never been nights when I slept in a cold storage room. I didn't stay silent. I took them to court. But before I tell you what happened next, let me ask you something. Has anyone you trusted most ever walked away without saying goodbye? And where are you watching from, so I know I'm not alone? Thank you so much. That afternoon, I still remember the Tacoma sky gray as ash, drizzle misting over the asphalt, the damp smell rising from the grass behind the high school. My backpack was heavy, and all I could think about was the leftover cold cuts waiting for dinner and the biology test in the morning. When the number 42 bus stopped in front of the rental house, I noticed my father's silver pickup truck was gone. The living room window was wide open, the torn curtain fluttering in the wind. When I pushed the door open, a chill ran down my spine. The house was empty. The furniture was gone. Only the scent of old paint and faint dust marks on the wall remained where the family photos used to hang. On the kitchen counter, beside a dried coffee ring, lay a folded, wrinkled piece of paper with slanted handwriting. You'll understand someday. No money, no phone number, no instructions. Just those 6 words, like a cold verdict. I called my brother, Cole. The dial tone repeated endlessly. I tried again, no answer. I texted, Cole, what happened? Where did they go? The message bounced back, delivery failed. A soft ping, and I realized I'd been blocked. I sank to the wooden floor and looked around the hollow house. Outside, the rain beat against the window, drop by drop. I didn't cry right away, I just felt hollow, like all the sound had been drained from the world. That night, I slept on the floor, no light, no blanket, listening to the wind howl through the cracks in the door, the same words echoing in my mind. You'll understand someday, but understand what? Why me? For the next 3 days, I survived on instant noodles and tap water. Every morning, I put on my old school uniform and pretended nothing had happened. I was terrified that if I told anyone, they'd send me to a shelter or call the police, and I'd lose my chance to stay in school. On the 3rd day, the landlord knocked on the door with an irritated look on his face. He held the lease agreement in his hand and said curtly that my parents had canceled the rental, moved to another state, and that I had 48 hours to leave. When he slammed the door and I heard the lock click, it sounded like the lid of a coffin closing over my old life. I stuffed my clothes, a few photos, and my journal into my backpack. That night, I wandered through the rainy streets, the wind cutting at my collar, thinking that if I just kept walking, maybe I'd find them somewhere, but there was no address to search for. I stopped at the Tacoma Public Library, remembering it was warm and had electricity. I sat in a corner for hours, reading to get through the night. When the library closed, I couldn't bring myself to go outside. I was afraid of the rain, the darkness, the sound of footsteps that didn't belong. I hid in the restroom until the lights went out, then slipped into the basement storage room where the old books were kept and curled up inside my thin jacket. That first night, I learned what absolute silence truly was. At dawn, I woke to the sound of books being wheeled and a man clearing his throat. It was Mr. Dean, the librarian, around 60 years old, with white hair and kind eyes that looked like they'd seen every kind of human exhaustion. I trembled, thinking he'd call the police, but he just looked at me for a long moment and sighed. "You don't need to explain," he said in a rough, gentle voice. "Just don't disappear from yourself." He quietly let me stay in the small storage room, telling me I could sleep there for a few nights. Each morning, I helped him wipe tables and organize books, and in return, he gave me a sandwich and a cup of hot cocoa. After a few days, he brought me an old Dell laptop with a few keys missing and taught me how to open email and look for jobs. "Learn how to write your name somewhere again," he said. That sentence stayed with me for a very long time. I started applying everywhere: convenience stores, dishwashing jobs, housekeeping, any place that might take me. Most turned me away because I was only 16 and had no guardian. One afternoon, while wiping a table near the library door, I overheard two women talking about a place called Marla's Diner that was looking for a kitchen assistant and paid in cash. I didn't think twice. I ran 3 blocks straight there. The diner was small, tucked between 2 old buildings, its sign flickering, the air thick with the smell of grease and coffee. Marla, a Cuban-American woman in her 50s, looked me up and down with a mix of suspicion and pity. I told her the truth. I need a job. I can wash dishes, mop floors, do anything. I just need somewhere to start. She stayed quiet for a moment, then nodded. All right, cash every week. If anyone asks, you're my niece. Don't let anyone know your situation. And that's how I began working there, from afternoon until late at night, the clatter of dishes echoing like the quick, nervous beat of my own heart. I learned to wash plates in water so hot it burned my hands, to mop floors slick with oil, to smile at customers even when exhaustion blurred my vision. At night, I went back to the library, hiding in the book storage room. Some nights were so cold I laid my head on my backpack and whispered, "You'll understand someday," wondering if they were happy somewhere, if they ever thought of the daughter sleeping in a dusty basement. A week later, Mr. Dean found me asleep at a reading desk, too tired to sit upright. He asked if I'd found a place to stay. When he learned I was still living in the library, he shook his head softly. "No, child, you'll get sick." He called an old friend of his, Marla, the very woman who owned the diner where I worked. "She's helped a lot of kids like you," he said. I didn't know what like you meant, only that Mr. Dean made me promise not to quit school and to read at least 1 book every week. That night, I moved into the small loft behind the kitchen at Marla's Diner. It wasn't fancy, just a fold-up bed and a tiny window overlooking a narrow alley, but it was the first home I'd had since being abandoned. On the table, Marla had left a plate of fried eggs and a note written in marker. "Eat, then sleep. Morning starts early." I sat down, my hand trembling as I picked up the fork. After days of surviving on dry bread, those eggs tasted like salt and kindness. As I lay down on the bed, I could hear the cars passing outside, the smell of grease still clinging to my hair. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, nor what that someday on the note was supposed to mean. But one thing was clear: if the world had left me behind, I would learn to stand up again, even if it meant using only my bare hands and a fragile belief that somewhere out there, good people still existed. That night, for the first time, I truly slept. No dreams, no fear, just a long exhale, as if I had survived the first storm of my life. The early days at Marla's Diner were a blur, time losing all definition. I woke before dawn, when the kitchen vent still hummed softly, and only went to sleep when the clock on the wall neared 3 in the morning. I slept in the narrow storage room behind the diner, surrounded by sacks of flour, bottles of oil, and the burnt scent of coffee that seeped into my hair and skin. The concrete floor was freezing, and the thin blanket Marla gave me barely covered half my body, yet to me, it was a luxury I hadn't dared dream of just weeks earlier. Each morning, when she unlocked the door, I pretended I'd simply come in early for work, not wanting her to know I was living there. I wiped tables, washed dishes, scrubbed floors, listened to the rhythm of knives slicing vegetables and oil sizzling in pans, and slowly learned to read people by the way they ordered their meals. Some asked for black coffee and stared silently out the window for an hour. Others laughed too loudly, as if to drown out the emptiness inside. I began to understand that everyone carries a storm within them, the only difference is how well they hide it. During the day, I ate leftovers, burnt toast, scraps of fries left behind on plates. After closing, I packed what was left into a paper box, took it back to my corner, and ate in silence. I washed at the gas station down the street, sneaking into the restroom to wipe myself clean with wet towels, sometimes splashing my face with water so cold it made my head ache. Whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw a girl with tangled hair, dark circles under her eyes, and a grease-stained uniform, but her eyes still held an odd light, like a tiny flame that refused to die. One evening, after cleaning the tables, I sat on the cold storage floor, my back against the metal wall, hands trembling from exhaustion. The chill from the ice block seeped through my clothes, making me shiver, and when tears rolled down my face, they almost froze on my skin. I didn't even know why I was crying, maybe from hunger, from missing someone, or from the feeling of being invisible in this world. The storage door swung open, light flooding in along with the smell of dish soap. Marla stood there, arms crossed, her eyes not angry, just sad. "You planning to hide in here forever?" she asked, her voice rough from cigarettes. I lowered my head, ready to apologize, but she just sighed. "Go up to the loft behind the kitchen tonight, there's at least a bed there. Don't say you don't need it, and don't try to act strong. Everyone needs somewhere to fall." Then she walked away, leaving me with the cold air and another stream of tears, this time not from fear, but from relief. The small loft above Marla's kitchen was barely wide enough for a single bed and an old wooden table, yet to me, it felt like a luxury apartment. She told me I could stay as long as I wanted, as long as I didn't quit school. I nodded, though by then, I had long stopped dreaming about going back. I was only learning how to live, how to survive without anyone else. Every night after work, I wrote down every expense in my notebook: bread, soap, gas station fees. I made myself a 3-line rule: eat, shelter, learn. If one day I could add a 4th line: save, I would call that success. I named it the survival plan. Marla often sat with me after closing, pouring 2 cups of coffee and telling stories about her life. She had left home at 17, disowned by her family for choosing to become a chef instead of going to college. "They said I'd never amount to anything," she said, taking a sip of coffee. "But at least I've never gone hungry. And I've never forgotten to give someone a meal when they need one." I didn't respond, just stared at my cup and thought that if anyone in this world deserved to be called family, it was her. One rainy afternoon, as I was wiping down a table, a middle-aged man walked in, raincoat draped over his shoulder, laptop tucked under his arm. He was a regular, always sitting at the same seat by the window, ordering black coffee with no sugar and typing for hours. That day, he noticed me typing something into my old phone and asked, "What are you working on?" I hesitated. "I'm just trying to rewrite some notes, to remember the formula for calculating bills." He laughed. "Formula? Looks more like a spreadsheet." It turned out he worked for a small online learning company, and they were looking for someone to enter data. "If you're interested, come by my office tomorrow morning," he said. "We pay by the hour. No degree needed, just honesty and patience." I looked at him, hardly believing what I'd heard, and nodded quickly. The next morning, I went to that office, a small floor in an old industrial building with a hand-painted sign that read, "Next Learn." The job wasn't glamorous. I just had to enter student lists, check for typos, and send confirmation emails. But strangely, I loved it. Every name, every online course made me feel like I was opening the door to another world. For the first time, I realized education could reach anyone, no schools, no money needed, just an internet connection and the will to learn. And somewhere deep inside me, a seed began to grow. If a girl who once slept in a cold storage room could learn through an old screen, maybe thousands of others could too. I spent almost all of my first paycheck on a new pair of shoes and a thicker notebook to record everything I learned about computers. At night, I went on YouTube, watching videos about web programming and how to build simple apps. I didn't understand everything, but I was patient, pausing every frame, writing down each command, making mistakes, trying again. I learned to be patient with errors when the screen flashed. Error, I didn't get frustrated. I saw it as a challenge. Every time a line of code finally worked, I felt like I'd won a small battle against my past. Sometimes Marla would walk by and see me hunched over the screen. She'd shake her head and ask, "You planning to be a hacker or something?" I laughed and said, "No, I just wanted to learn how to create something of my own." She smiled softly. "Then keep going. Just remember to eat dinner." Maybe she never realized that those small, ordinary words were what pulled me back from the edge of despair. The following month, my data entry job got a raise. My supervisor was surprised when he noticed I had started automating parts of the spreadsheet using formulas I had taught myself. "Who taught you that?" he asked. I answered honestly, "YouTube and failure." He laughed out loud and said that if I wanted to learn more, he could lend me the company's free course account. I almost trembled with joy. That night, I went back to the diner, opened my old laptop, saw the words "login successful," and cried. For the first time since the day I was abandoned, I cried for something good. From that moment, I set a rule for myself: learn one new skill every week, understand one new programming language every month. I didn't know where it would lead me, only that when my fingers tapped the keyboard, I was no longer the girl who had been left behind with that meaningless note. I was rewriting my own story, line by line, command by command. And when my first program displayed the words "Hello, world," I smiled in the middle of the night. Outside, the rain still pattered against the old tin roof, but this time, I didn't feel cold. I only felt warmth rising inside me, as if the future had just opened its door, quietly but firmly, right after that final period. When I turned 20, I packed the few things I owned: the old laptop Mr. Dean had given me, my worn-out notebook, and a small suitcase of clothes, and boarded a night bus to Seattle, the city people called the promised land for those who dream more than they have. I had no plan and no one waiting for me, only a fragile belief that if I worked hard enough, life wouldn't turn its back on me again. As the bus crossed the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, the yellow lights reflected off the water, and I saw my reflection in the window, thin, hollow-eyed, but with a new light in my gaze. The will to survive had turned into ambition. In my first days in Seattle, I rented a tiny room in the old Fremont district, where the paint peeled off the walls and the wooden floor creaked with every step. The rent was far higher than what I could afford, so I took a job making coffee at a Starbucks near downtown. During the day, I smiled at customers and memorized their complicated orders: venti caramel macchiato with soy milk, and at night, when the streets grew quiet, I returned to my narrow room, barely big enough for a wooden desk and a broken chair, opened my old laptop, and taught myself to code by the dim light of a second-hand desk lamp. I wasn't learning to become an engineer. I was learning because I wanted to create something that would help others teach themselves the way I once had a way to repay the kindness that Mr. Dean and Marla had shown me. I wrote my first lines of code for a small app I called NoteShare, designed to let users share study materials online and help each other fix mistakes. Every time someone uploaded a lecture or left a thank you message, it felt like another part of my 16-year-old self was being healed. I worked without noticing hunger or sleep, knowing only that every line of code glowing on the screen was another step out of my past. Sometimes, as the morning light slipped through the window, I realized I'd stayed awake all night without meaning to. Seattle taught me how to dream big while staying grounded, like someone who had once lost everything. I met Noah, a design school dropout, at a small tech meetup in a co-working space near South Lake Union. When he heard me describe my idea about connecting self-learners, he laughed. "Sounds like LinkedIn for the forgotten," he said. I replied, "Exactly." From then on, we became teammates. I made coffee by day and coded by night. Noah designed the interface and found beta testers. We lived on instant noodles and tap water, slept on the floor, and called our 2 a.m. work sessions coffee code sessions. 6 months later, Skilltree was born, a name I chose because I loved the image of a tree. To grow tall, its roots must dig deep into the ground. Skilltree wasn't just an app, it was a platform that taught real-life skills to dropouts, immigrants, the unemployed, and anyone trying to start over. I remember the night of our test launch vividly. Only 12 people signed up, most of them Noah's friends. But when I read messages like, "Thank you, I just learned the first skill of my life," I knew I wasn't doing this for money. I was doing it for something bigger, for people like me who had once been abandoned, to give them a way out, a chance to rewrite their own story. Over the next 2 years, Skilltree slowly spread within the vocational learning community. We launched discussion forums and hosted free weekend online workshops. I lived on pasta and instant coffee, unpaid, for 18 months, just to keep the server running. Noah used to joke, "If Skilltree fails, at least we'll have mastered one skill: survival." I laughed, but deep down, I knew failure wasn't an option, not after all those years of fighting to prove I wasn't the useless child my parents once said I was. By the time I turned 25, Skilltree caught the attention of a local education investment fund. They invited me to present in a conference room on the 20th floor. I had to borrow Noah's blazer and hide my worn-out shoes under the table. When I presented the idea of education for the forgotten, the room went silent. The fund's director, a middle-aged woman named Grace, looked at me for a long time and said, "I used to be an unemployed single mother. If Skilltree had existed back then, my life might have been different." 2 weeks later, we received $1.5 million in funding. When I signed the contract, my hands shook so hard that the pen slipped from my fingers. I knew, at that very moment, my life had turned a new page. Within 3 years, Skilltree grew exponentially, partnering with vocational centers across the United States and helping over 200,000 people gain new skills and find jobs. We opened a real office in downtown Seattle and hired 5 employees. I no longer slept in a storage room, but I kept the habit of writing down my expenses in that old notebook, a quiet reminder that everything started from a small attic and a girl who once slept in a cold storage room. When I turned 27, my bank account finally reached 7 figures. That day, I didn't throw a party or buy a car. I simply made myself a cup of black coffee and looked out the window. Seattle was drizzling, just like the night I was abandoned years ago. I thought that if my parents still remembered me, maybe they would be proud. But they didn't call. No messages. No congratulations. Just silence, thick, invisible, and suffocating, as if I had never existed in their world at all. I thought I had made peace with that until the podcast Roots and Ruins invited me to share my story. They wanted to talk about my journey from an abandoned girl to the founder of $1 million startup. I hesitated, but then I thought maybe it was finally time to tell the truth. I spoke about the note that said, "You'll understand someday," about the Tacoma Library, about Marla, about Mr. Dean, and about how forgiveness doesn't mean letting the people who destroyed you back in. My voice trembled near the end, but the host only nodded and said, "Your story isn't about revenge, it's about rebirth." The podcast was released on an autumn morning. I expected only a few thousand listens, but within 4 days, it had surpassed 2 million. Thousands of messages poured in from people who had been rejected, survived abuse, or been cast out by their families. They said my story made them feel seen. I read every single one, tears streaming down my face. 3 days after the episode went viral, I woke in the middle of the night to a flood of email notifications. On my phone screen, buried among hundreds of supportive messages and interview requests, one subject line made my heart tighten. "We're still family. Don't forget who gave you life." The sender, Lydia Hayes. I sat up, the phone's light casting a pale reflection on the wall, illuminating my face in the window, tired, startled, and filled with something both familiar and dangerous. I opened the email. The first line was a congratulation, cold and mechanical, like something copied from a greeting card. "I'm so proud of you. You finally made it, and now you're old enough to understand why we did what we did. We didn't abandon you, we just wanted you to be stronger. If we hadn't left, you would never have become the woman you are today." I read it 3 times, and each time, my stomach tightened more. Maybe what hurt the most wasn't their shamelessness, but the way they turned cruelty into a parenting strategy. A few minutes later, another email arrived, this time from my father, Robert Hayes. His message was short, emotionless, without even a greeting. "The family is struggling. Cole's unemployed, your mother's sick, hospital bills are high. I know you're doing well. Can you help a little? Family is always family." I gripped the phone so tightly that my palms burned. That phrase, "family is always family," felt like a dull knife twisting through my memory. What family? The one that left me a note saying, "You'll understand someday," and disappeared in the night without a word? I didn't reply right away. I turned off my phone and sat still in the dark, listening to the rain against the window. But then the anger rose, not loud or explosive, but deep and cold. I opened my laptop and typed the first words that came to mind, my hands trembling so hard I almost dropped the keyboard. No money, no parents, only the truth. I hit send without reading it again. That was it. Short, clear, no more words needed. I thought that would be the end of it. But I had underestimated the cruelty of people who once taught me that silence is respect. The next day, they began sending email after email, long, self-righteous lectures disguised as family letters. My mother listed every act of care she'd ever done for me. Who fed you? Who took you to school? Who taught you to read? Have you forgotten? My father wrote about blood obligations, insisting that no one succeeds without the people who gave them life. I didn't reply, but each sentence felt like a needle piercing an old wound that had never truly healed. Then, on a Monday morning, everything got worse. A coworker called me, her voice urgent. "Louisa, you need to check Facebook. Something's happened." I opened it, and for a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A post from Lydia Hayes' account, showing a photo of me at 16, wet hair, swollen eyes from crying, spliced next to the Skilltree logo. The caption read, "My daughter, Louisa Hayes, is exploiting her family's story to promote her company. Her father and I never abandoned her. Everything she says is fabricated." The post spread like wildfire. Hundreds of comments appeared, some defending me, others doubting me, many calling me an ungrateful child. I froze. That photo could only have been taken the night they left, when I discovered the empty house. They had kept it all these years only to use it now, as evidence against me. I felt stripped bare in front of a crowd, exposed and powerless. Within hours, a local news outlet picked up the post, running a headline: "Young CEO accused of fabricating family trauma for publicity." My inbox exploded. Investors sent messages asking, "Louisa, what's going on? We need clarification." I called an emergency meeting with the communications team, my voice trembling so badly I had to drink 3 glasses of water before I could speak. Noah looked at me, his eyes full of both anger and concern. "We'll handle it," he said. "But Louisa, they're not after money, they want to destroy you." And he was right. I knew exactly what my parents were doing. Since they couldn't reach me emotionally, they chose to attack publicly, to drag me down in front of the world. They knew my reputation was built with everything I had left to give, so they struck right where it hurt most. That night, I couldn't sleep. I reread every email they had sent, every post, every cruel comment. I kept wondering how many people believed them, how many thought I was really a fraud. For a brief, weak moment, I hovered over the delete account button. But I stopped. If I stayed silent, it would mean letting them rewrite my story again. And I couldn't let that happen. The next morning, I called Sarah Miller, a well-known attorney specializing in defamation and media harassment. When I finished explaining everything, she stayed silent for a long moment before saying, "Louisa, what they're doing crosses legal boundaries. We'll fight back, not with emotion, but with the law." Sarah asked me to meet her at her office, a glass building overlooking Elliott Bay. When I arrived, she was wearing a black suit, her hair neatly tied, her voice calm but firm. "I need everything," she said. "Emails, messages, photos, every piece of evidence." I nodded, opening my laptop, my hands still trembling, but my eyes had changed. I was no longer the 16-year-old girl left behind with a note. I was Louisa Hayes, and this time, I wasn't running. Sarah guided me through writing a complete timeline of events, from age 16 to the present. When I told her about the Tacoma Library and Mr. Dean, she paused, then said, "I think this isn't just a lawsuit, it's proof that the truth doesn't need anyone's permission to exist." Her words left me quiet for a long while. I realized that this time, I wasn't just confronting the past, I was defending the present I had spent my youth building. A few days later, the official lawsuit was filed. I signed my name under plaintiff, gripping the pen so tightly my fingertips turned white. As the ink dried on the paper, it felt like sealing the beginning of a new era, one where the truth no longer lived only in my memory, but in the records of a court of law. Outside, Seattle was still raining. But this time, each drop against the glass sounded like a countdown to the moment I would finally face my ghosts, not with tears, but with reason. 3 weeks after the filing, I thought things would finally calm down. Sarah advised me to stay away from the media, to focus on work, and to keep my mind steady. I tried. I went back to the office, attended project meetings, and pretended life was normal, even though a quiet storm still brewed inside me. But one May afternoon, when I returned to my apartment on the 17th floor, I froze at the door. Someone had taped a photo of me taken from afar, clearly without my knowledge as I was leaving the office. Below it, written in red marker, were the words, "Family never gives up." I stared at the photo for a long time, my heartbeat so loud it echoed in my ears. It wasn't just a threat, it was an invasion, a feeling that the past had somehow found its way back to the doorstep. I thought I had locked for good. I called building security. They took the paper down immediately and checked the surveillance cameras, but no one suspicious appeared. I called the police. 2 young officers showed up, took notes half-heartedly, and looked at me as if I were overreacting. "Probably just a prank, Miss Hayes," one of them said. "We'll file a report, but there's nothing to worry about. No one got hurt, right?" I forced a smile and said, "No," but even after they left, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. That night, I called Sarah and told her everything. She was quiet for a few seconds, then said softly, "Don't underestimate this. When people lose control, they often try to reclaim it through intimidation. Keep the photo. I'll add it to the case file." I followed her advice, placed the photo in an envelope, wrote the date neatly on the front, and locked it in a drawer. But from that night on, my apartment no longer felt safe. Every knock on the door, every footstep in the hallway made me flinch. A few days later, that fear became real. A woman in her 40s appeared in the company lobby, well-dressed, her voice gentle as she spoke to the receptionist. "I'm a close friend of Louisa's mother. I flew in from Oregon. Her mother is very ill and wants to see her one last time." Hearing the name Lydia over the intercom pulled me straight back to being 16. I walked out, trying to stay composed. The woman smiled kindly, her eyes glistening, and placed a small envelope in my hand. "Lydia asked me to bring this," she said. "She says she doesn't have much time left." I didn't open the envelope there, I just looked straight into her eyes. "You said my mother is very sick." "Yes," she nodded, hesitating slightly. "Pancreatic cancer. Final stage, she only wants forgiveness." "Which hospital does she work with?" I asked quietly. Her eyes flickered, and she changed the subject. That was enough. After she left, I called the hospital where they'd once used our old family insurance. The person on the line confirmed there was no patient named Lydia Hayes in their system. I called 3 more facilities, including a state medical center where they used to live. The answer was the same, no one by that name was being treated. My breath caught, my chest felt like stone. Inside, the envelope was a small card with a printed cross and a handwritten message. "Forgiveness is what God wants. Louisa, I still pray for you." I brought everything to Sarah. When I placed the card on her desk, she frowned, then looked me straight in the eye. "This is no longer defamation," she said. "This is deliberate harassment." She pulled out a new file, added notes and evidence, then continued. "I'll file for a temporary restraining order. But Louisa, I also want you to start seeing a therapist. You can't let them take over your mind." I didn't respond, because I knew she was right. The anger and fear were slowly consuming me, robbing me of sleep, of focus, of peace. Some nights, even the sound of the doorbell was enough to make me cry. I called Dr. Jensen, the therapist Sarah recommended. She was around 50, with a soft voice, an office filled with sunlight and the scent of mint. During our first session, I told her everything from the night I was abandoned, to the photo taped to my door, to the woman who claimed to be my mother's friend. When I finished, she didn't interrupt or rush to respond. She just sat quietly for a while before asking gently, "If they really were sick, what would you do?" I hesitated. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe I'd still be afraid of them." She nodded. Fear makes sense. But the question is, what exactly are you afraid of? In the sessions that followed, I began to see what I'd spent years avoiding. I wasn't just afraid of being hurt by them again. I was afraid of myself, afraid that a part of me still longed for their love, afraid that I might give in and fall back into the same cycle of guilt and debt. Dr. Jensen rested her hand on my file and said, "They don't want reconciliation, Louisa. They want control. When you stop being the child they can dominate, they'll try to pull you back using guilt, pity, and fear. That's not love, it's manipulation." Her words left me frozen. For years, I had told myself they left because they were tired, or struggling, or trapped by reasons I could forgive. But now, everything was clear. They hadn't left to teach me strength. They had left to teach me dependence, to make sure I'd believe I had no worth without them. And now, when I finally had everything they said I'd never achieve, they came back for one reason only: to see if I'd still kneel the way I once did. I left the therapist's office that afternoon under a gray Seattle sky, the drizzle thin and mist-like. I looked up at the clouds, feeling both heavy and light at once. For the first time in years, I understood what it meant to know without hurting. When I got home, I locked the door carefully and taped a new piece of paper to my refrigerator. On it, I wrote just 2 words in bold black marker: boundaries. The next day, Sarah called to tell me the court had approved a temporary restraining order for 60 days. I felt a small wave of relief, but deep down, I knew people like my parents didn't stop just because of a paper stamped with a red seal. They didn't need to touch me to hurt me, they only needed to disturb my peace. That night, I sat in my quiet apartment while the rain continued outside. Streetlights cast long golden streaks across the windowpane. I opened my laptop, stared at the blank screen, and typed a few words. I am no longer the child in the note. I wasn't sure why I wrote it, but seeing those words appear on the screen made it easier to breathe. Maybe the past was still attacking, but this time, I had walls made of law, awareness, and the very strength they had unknowingly built in me when they left 12 years ago. Outside, the rain kept falling. But inside, something had finally gone still, not because the storm had passed, but because I had learned how to stand in the wind. One morning at the end of June, when the Seattle rain finally paused and sunlight broke through my office window for the first time in weeks, my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, but the voice that followed made my heart tighten. "Louisa, it's me, it's Cole." There was a long silence, long enough for me to hear my own heartbeat in my chest. 12 years had passed, yet his voice sounded the same, low, slightly rough, carrying something between guilt and hesitation. He said he was in Seattle and wanted to see me, just to talk, nothing else. I paused, then said quietly, "Okay, just this once." We agreed to meet at a small cafe in Capitol Hill, the kind with dim yellow lights and the smell of baked bread blending with roasted coffee, the kind of place people choose when they need to say things they don't want the world to hear. When I walked in, Cole was already there, hands clasped, eyes fixed on a cup of black coffee gone cold. He wore a wrinkled shirt, his hair already streaked with gray, his face thinner than I remembered. When he saw me, he stood up quickly, his lips trembling. "Louisa. God, you've changed so much." I sat down across from him, keeping a deliberate distance, my voice calm. 12 years is long enough for people to change, isn't it? Cole looked at me, his eyes caught somewhere between shame and hope. "I know you're angry," he said quietly. "But you have to understand what happened back then wasn't what you think. Mom and Dad, they were only trying to do what was best for you. They wanted you to be independent, to be strong. And look at you now, Louisa. They were right, weren't they?" He forced a small, uneasy smile, trying to find light in a sentence full of darkness. I went still. I'd heard enough excuses for one lifetime, but I still asked, softly yet sharp as a blade. If they did what was best for me, then why didn't anyone come back? Why didn't anyone answer the phone when I called? He lowered his head. For the first time, I saw his shoulders tremble. After a long silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "They told me, they said you ran away with a boyfriend. That you didn't want to talk to us. They said if I tried to find you, it would just make things worse. Dad even forbade me from calling you. Every time I mentioned your name, he'd explode. He looked up, eyes red. And I believed them. Why wouldn't I? You were just 16, and I never thought they'd lie about you. I didn't speak. Instead, I reached into my bag and pulled out an old piece of paper, its edges yellowed, laminated years ago. I placed it gently on the table, as if presenting evidence at the trial of my own life. They said I ran away? Then read this. The crooked handwriting stared back at him. You'll understand someday. Cole stared at the paper, then at me. His tears came suddenly, uncontrollably. And in that moment, I didn't see a 30-year-old man, I saw the boy who used to hide behind the door to escape our father's anger. He reached out to touch the note, but I pulled it back carefully. Do you understand now? I said softly. There's no lesson in leaving a child alone in an empty house. Cole nodded, his mouth trembling. I'm sorry, Louisa. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. If I had, I would have looked for you. I looked at him. Part of me wanted to believe him. Another part knew the truth that this apology had come far too late, but even so, it softened something inside me. Just for a fleeting moment, it felt like we were still the same two siblings sitting in that old living room, watching Christmas movies together before everything fell apart. We sat in silence for a long while. The cafe's background music drifted softly through the air. Coldplay's Fix You, as if the universe itself was mocking us. Then Cole exhaled, leaning back in his chair, his voice lighter now. You know, I've been keeping up with you these past few years. I saw that podcast. You're strong, Louisa. I'm proud of you. I gave a faint smile. Proud? Proud that I survived after being abandoned by my own family? He didn't answer, just stirred his coffee, eyes fixed on the dark swirl inside the cup. The air between us stretched thin, fragile like a string about to snap. I was about to stand up when he spoke again, his voice so low I had to lean forward to hear. Louisa, there's something else. He took a deep breath, avoiding my eyes. The family's in trouble. Dad invested in some land project, got scammed. They owe around $200,000. Mom, she's not taking it well. She cries all the time. I've been trying to fix things, but I can't. He paused, then continued, his voice trembling. I'm not asking for money. I just thought maybe you could show me how to find a lawyer or how to negotiate with the bank. It sounded reasonable, but I could hear what he wasn't saying. I looked him straight in the eye. You want me to pay their debt, don't you? He said nothing. His eyes dropped to the table, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. That's not what I meant. Just that they threw me out at 16, and now they want me to save them? I cut in, my tone calm, too calm. Cole looked up, pleading. Louisa, I get it, you're angry, and you have every right, but there's still Mom and Dad. They raised us, after all. I let out a soft laugh, not bitter anymore, just tired. You know, I once counted coins to buy food. I ate leftovers, washed myself at gas stations. Where were they then? And now that everything's falling apart for them, suddenly I'm the daughter of the family again? He said nothing. The cafe seemed to go silent, only the faint hum of the coffee grinder filling the space. I looked at him one last time, my voice low and steady. You were the one person I thought would come for me. You didn't. I understand you were scared, manipulated, lied to, but if you came here today for money, don't call it family. Cole bowed his head, his hands clenched together. I'm sorry, he whispered. I just don't know what else to do. I stood up, leaving a few bills on the table to cover my coffee. You know, I said as I turned to leave, the night they left me, I waited for someone to come back. You didn't. And now I don't wait anymore. As I stepped out of the cafe, the Seattle wind hit me cold and dry, carrying the faint smell of old rain still clinging to the pavement. I stopped and caught my reflection in the glass window. Behind me, Cole was still sitting there, his head bowed, his shoulders heavy, as if he were carrying the weight of a family already dead. I didn't feel triumphant, I only felt a quiet kind of sadness. The kind that doesn't come with tears, just the realization that sometimes blood isn't a bond. It's a chain. And today, I had finally taken it off. The next afternoon, while I was in a small meeting room next to the company kitchen, my phone rang. The voice on the other end was sharp, clipped, and dry like a pre-written court notice. This is the attorney representing the Hayes family. If you don't remove your podcast and issue a public apology within 72 hours, we will file a lawsuit against you for defamation, damage to reputation, and intentional emotional distress. I asked for her name, the law firm, and her bar number. She rattled them off quickly, quoting sections from Washington State Civil Code as if to intimidate me. I calmly replied that all legal correspondence should go through my counsel, then hung up. But the anger I thought I had buried surfaced again, rising slowly, heavy, like an anchor being dragged up from dark water. I immediately forwarded everything to Sarah. 30 minutes later, she called back, her voice sharp and precise, like the edge of a blade. "I checked," she said. "That woman is a real lawyer, but she has no record of representing Lydia or Robert. This is a scare tactic, a pressure move through media. It's baseless and dirty. We'll respond formally, in writing, demanding that all communication go through me. And we'll require written proof of representation. If they can't produce it, it's harassment pure and simple." I exhaled slowly, looking down at my hands resting on the wooden table. Inside me, the first crack in my calm had begun to spread. That afternoon, my mother's Facebook page appeared again, pushed to the top of my feed by the algorithm. Her cover photo was a Bible verse, and her profile picture had been changed to an old image of her holding me as a child. The latest post read, "My daughter, Louisa, is going through a mental health crisis due to work stress and false memories. Please, I ask everyone to pray for her. Don't attack her anymore. She doesn't know what she's doing." Beneath it were hundreds of prayer emojis, pity-filled comments pouring in like hail. Poor Louisa. I hope she finds her way back to the truth. May God heal her. I sat frozen in front of the screen. This time, they hadn't just called me a liar, they had labeled my entire memory as madness, denied the very reality I had lived and survived, day after day. The Skilltree inbox flooded with offers of psychological help and comments demanding that the unstable CEO be suspended. One of our educational partners sent an email requesting to postpone the contract signing, saying they needed to wait until the media storm passes. I felt as though someone had wrapped their hand around my throat, squeezing, while my office turned into a suffocating fishbowl. That night, when everyone had gone home, only the hum of the ventilation system and the glow of late lights filled the room. I stood by the tall window of the office, looking down at the wet streets below. Seattle's rain had stopped, but the air still felt heavy, as if another storm was waiting to break. I was saving evidence of the post, taking screenshots of the URL and timestamps to send to Sarah, when a sharp, metallic crack tore through the air, a deafening crash that rang like a church bell. The window shattered into a web of cracks, and a brick slammed into the edge of the conference table. Beside it lay a folded piece of paper with large, jagged black letters, "Family is forever." How? I stumbled back instinctively, my heartbeat stuttering, ears ringing. Shards of glass scattered around my shoes, glittering like salt in the lamplight. I called security, then 911, then Sarah. Noah came running from the design room, eyes wide, lips pressed tight, his hand gripping my shoulder as if to check that I was still real, still breathing, still alive. The police arrived, cordoned off the area, asked the usual questions. They looked around, then shook their heads. No street camera across the road, hard to identify the suspect, could be random vandalism. I let out a bitter laugh. There was no room left for fear anymore, only exhaustion and the hollow ache of disbelief. I handed them the paper, pointed to the words, "Family is forever," and said slowly, "Random? Really?" They didn't answer. They just took notes and promised to increase patrols. I sat down, placed my hands on my knees to steady myself, and called Sarah on FaceTime, my voice hoarse. They just threw a brick into the office. Sarah told me to take a deep breath and look straight into the camera. Listen to me, Louisa. This is an escalation, defamation, then legal intimidation, then fabricated mental illness, and now property violence. We're adding this to the petition for a permanent restraining order. I also want to file a defamation suit with damages, and if this continues, we'll consider an IIED claim, intentional infliction of emotional distress. But more than that, you need to stay safe. Go home with someone, change your schedule, disable location sharing, and don't walk alone at night. I nodded, staring at the cracked glass, thinking of that old note, "You'll understand someday," and realizing that those words once chained me, but today, words had become my liberation treaty. That night, after the staff finished cleaning the broken glass and boarding up the shattered window, I called an emergency meeting. I told everyone plainly, tonight's incident was aimed at me, not at any of you. If anyone feels unsafe, you're free to work remotely. We'll provide counseling and increase security. Noah sat beside me, his hand resting lightly on the table to keep it from trembling. A young employee hesitated before asking, "Are you okay?" I didn't say I'm fine, I told the truth. I'm scared, but I won't retract the truth. Not today. Not ever. That answer didn't make the fear go away, but it made the room a little warmer. People can feel it when someone chooses to stand upright in the wind. Late that night, I returned to my apartment, carrying a heavy bag full of evidence. I sent all the photo files, videos, and police reports to Sarah through a secure channel, with a short note. I want to take them to court not just to win, but to make sure they never do this to anyone else. I has to. Her reply came that same night. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., we'll file the official complaint for defamation and request a permanent restraining order per statute. I'll also send a demand letter requiring removal of all false posts within 24 hours, otherwise, we'll seek injunctive relief. I read every word slowly, feeling as if I were laying the first stone of a bridge rising out of the old swamp. I knew the road ahead would be long, loud, and exhausting. But I also knew that every version of me, the 16-year-old in the library basement, the dishwasher in the cold kitchen, the founder with trembling hands signing her first contract, was standing beside me now, pushing the same door open together. Before going to bed, I checked my phone and saw dozens more messages saying, "Praying for Louisa," a few anonymous emails telling me to get treatment, and vague threats repeating the same line. Family is something you can't abandon. I turned off all notifications and placed the phone face down. In the dark, Seattle's rain began again, soft and rhythmic like an old song. I suddenly remembered that night when I was 16, hiding in the library, telling myself, just get through tonight. I hadn't realized that getting through tonight wouldn't just happen once, but over and over, night after night, until it became a way of life. I pulled the blanket over my shoulders and whispered to myself, tonight is no different, and tomorrow, I'll walk into that courtroom. Not with a heart that seeks revenge, but with a simpler will to put an end to the lies. On the day of the hearing, the Seattle sky was heavy and gray, as if even the clouds were holding their breath for the verdict. I arrived early with Sarah and our legal team, sitting in the car as the King County Courthouse came into view through a thin veil of fog. The glass facade reflected a crowd of reporters already gathered, cameras, microphones, banners from morning shows, all pointing towards someone they didn't truly know, but believed was a story worth hearing. When I stepped out of the car, the flashes came like lightning, so bright I had to squint. Someone shouted, "Louisa, do you regret suing your own parents?" I didn't answer. I just tightened my grip on Sarah's hand and walked quickly inside. The hallway smelled like old wood, paper, and cold coffee. It reminded me of the Tacoma Library where I once hid behind the shelves to sleep. The only difference was that this time, I wasn't hiding anymore. The courtroom was packed. The gallery behind me was filled with reporters, bloggers, and curious onlookers. Among them were a few Skilltree alumni holding small signs that read, "We stand with Louisa." Across the aisle sat my parents, dressed neatly, as if preparing for a television interview. My mother wore a beige dress, a cross at her neck, her eyes carefully trained to glisten on cue. My father sat with his arms crossed, his silver hair making him look almost gentle almost. It was a carefully constructed gentleness. Between them sat Cole, his head bowed, not looking my way. I could see his hands clenched tightly together, his knuckles pale white. The trial began with our side's opening statement. Sarah rose, her voice low and steady, clear enough that she didn't need a microphone. Your Honor, this is not merely a case of defamation and harassment. This is the story of a woman who was abandoned at 16, had her reputation destroyed as an adult, and is now being subjected to a coordinated smear campaign by the very people who brought her into this world. She raised a hand, signaling the technician to bring up the first slide on the large screen. The image that appeared was the note, "You'll understand someday." Then came photos of the empty house from that night, the landlord's written statement, and finally, a series of emails, social media posts, and security footage showing the stranger taping my picture to my door. Sarah walked the court through each exhibit, her voice precise and unwavering, peeling back the layers of deceit one by one. This is not imagination, she said. This is documented reality, dated, witnessed, and verified. And when confronted with the truth, instead of remorse, they called her delusional. The courtroom went silent. I glanced around and noticed a young female reporter quietly wiping her eyes. When it was the defense's turn, my father stood. His tone tried to sound composed, but beneath it was a barely contained anger. My wife and I never abandoned our daughter. We were teaching her independence. Louisa was always stubborn, defiant. We wanted her to experience hardship so she'd learn to value family. We never imagined she'd twist that into a story for profit. She's been selling online courses, making millions off this so-called trauma. That's why she's here today. Sarah rose the moment he finished speaking. Your Honor, she said, calm but cutting. We have verified evidence that Mr. and Mrs. Hayes made no contact and provided no support to Miss Hayes for 12 consecutive years. We present her verified bank records, rental agreements, and authenticated phone records from the telecommunications company. The judge, a man in his 60s with a stern face but steady, fair eyes, nodded for the clerk to present the evidence. After reviewing the files, he looked directly at my parents and asked, clearly and without emotion, if your intent was to teach her independence, why did you never check whether your 16-year-old daughter was alive? Mr. and Mrs. Hayes, is it true that you left your home when your daughter was 16 without providing any contact information? My father pressed his lips together. We only wanted her to learn how to stand on her own. The judge raised an eyebrow, his voice tightening. By disappearing without a word, leaving her without a home, without money, without food? My mother began to cry, forcing a trembling softness into her tone. Your Honor, we never thought she'd suffer like that. We believed she'd go stay with her grandmother. Her grandmother passed away 2 years earlier, Sarah cut in, her voice cold and precise. Death certificate included in the file. The room went silent. My father's face flushed red. He turned to my mother and muttered something I couldn't catch. The judge leaned back in his chair, tapping his pen slowly against the desk. I keep hearing you use the phrase lesson in independence. But that lesson nearly left a child starving to death in a public library. That's not independence, that's abandonment. And when she survived and built her life with her own hands, you attacked her again, this time with lies. Do you know what that's called? It's sustained psychological abuse. The air in the courtroom was so heavy it could have been carved with a knife. I sat still, my hands clasped tightly together, my vision blurring. For the first time in my life, someone other than me was saying those words out loud. After 3 hours of testimony, both sides were granted closing statements. Sarah looked at me and gave a small nod. I rose, trembling slightly but steady enough to stand tall. Your Honor, I began. I'm not here to win money. I just want the truth to exist on record. They told me I'd understand someday when they left me behind, but I don't need to understand anymore. I just need to be free from them. My voice cracked on the final word, but I didn't lower my head. The judge nodded slowly, then read the verdict. After reviewing all submitted evidence, the court finds the defendants, Lydia and Robert Hayes, guilty of defamation and emotional harassment. The court grants a 5-year restraining order and awards the plaintiff, Miss Louisa Hayes, compensatory damages in the amount of $150,000. Oh, bat! The sound of the gavel struck sharp, final, absolute. My mother burst into tears. My father shot to his feet, mouth open to protest, but a bailiff stepped forward, blocking his way. I didn't look at them. Sarah placed a gentle hand on my shoulder and whispered, "It's over." As I stepped out of the courthouse, the afternoon sun hit my eyes directly. The Seattle wind was cold, but, for the first time, I didn't shiver. Reporters swarmed forward again, microphones raised, voices firing questions from every direction. I said only one thing. Sometimes, to protect the truth, you have to let go of what you once called family. Then I turned away without looking back. On the courthouse steps, I took a deep breath, tasting the faint salt in the air drifting from Elliott Bay. Amid the noise and flashing cameras, I saw Noah waiting across the crowd, raising a hand in quiet triumph, his face glowing with wordless pride. I walked over, and he asked softly, "Want to go celebrate?" I smiled. "No. I'm going to find something I lost a long time ago." He tilted his head. "What's that?" I answered, "Peace." As the car pulled away from downtown, I watched the courthouse fade through the window. Tears rolled down my cheeks, but they weren't bitter anymore. They carried the taste of release of something finished. For the first time in 12 years, I felt light. A month after the verdict, when the case was still floating in headlines but slowly fading from my daily life, an email arrived from my mother's address. My heart clenched, a reflex I thought I'd outgrown. The message was short, just one conversation, please? Just a few words, but they stirred an ocean of memories, rainy afternoons, slamming doors, the sound of footsteps fading away. I stared at the screen for several minutes before typing my reply. All right, one time, in public. I didn't agree for them. I agreed for me to close the door properly, to prove to myself that I had the right to end a chapter instead of being trapped inside it forever. We agreed to meet at a small cafe on the edge of Lake Union, the same place where years ago, I used to bury my face in textbooks when I had nowhere else to go. I chose that spot for a reason. It was a marker, a point from my past that I could now revisit not as someone desperate, but as someone whole. The cafe that afternoon was bathed in the weak light of evening, the large windows reflecting the calm water. Patrons sat quietly, sipping tea and watching the boats. My mother arrived first, her face flushed and tears streaking down her cheeks as if she had practiced this moment for a long time. Her crying had become a familiar, useful performance. She wore a pale blue coat, her hands trembling as she accepted the small paper box she had brought. Her brown hair was no longer as full as in the old photo, thinner now with a few silver strands showing. My father came later, moving slowly with a solemn air, his gaze far colder than the picture I still remembered. He sat across from me in silence, like a witness primed with a ready answer. Cole stayed near the doorway, his eyes troubled. He seemed to want to step in, but also knew this was a meeting I needed to face on my own. My mother politely reached out and hugged me the way one hugs a familiar stranger. I didn't push her away, but I didn't return that warmth either. She sobbed and spoke the words I had already read 100 times in emails and on Facebook. "My child, I only wanted you to be strong. We were wrong, but I want to heal." My father opened his mouth to defend their lesson in independence, the same hollow phrases that sounded reusable at any moment. I listened with even breaths, feeling as if I stood on a slab of ice. Then I pulled a thick envelope from my bag, not filled with resentment but with a carefully assembled file. Screenshots of the false posts, copies of the extortion emails, the photo taped to my door, the police report, and copies of the restraining order and the court's ruling. I placed the envelope on the table and let them see each piece, each line, showing them evidence that could not be denied. I said nothing, stepping back slightly so they would read it themselves. My mother read aloud between sobs, her face draining of color. My father tried to catch my eye, hunting for a crack, a rehearsed apology. I waited for them to finish, then began, my voice slow and steady, unwavering. If you thought that night was a lesson, then the lesson is over. I understood and I survived. I don't need you to keep positioning yourselves as my teachers. I am not a test you can pass through and then leave behind. The words were crisp, free of hatred but sharp with resolve, and the whole cafe seemed to pause. My father started to speak, but I cut him off. If there is one more threat, one more violation of the restraining order, one more false post, I will take this evidence everywhere they can look. The press, church communities, alumni networks, banks, landlords, anyone you have ever asked for pity. I'm not saying this to shame you, I'm saying it because I will not allow you to keep manipulating my life and the lives of others. My mother's weeping grew louder, as if my accusation had torn down the facade she had constructed, but I did not yield to those tears. I told them about the nights I slept in the library, about Mr. Dean, about Marla, and about the copies of records I still kept ready to be shown if ever needed. I spoke not to earn back sympathy, but to make them hear every fact, every wound they had caused. I made it clear that I had legal counsel, that the court had issued a restraining order, and that if they continued, the consequences would be both legal and public. My mother reached out, pleading, "Please, sweetheart, we're sorry, give me one more chance." I met her eyes and didn't waver. A chance doesn't mean access. If you're sincere, you'll respect boundaries. I wanted them to understand that an apology is the beginning of a long journey, not a convenient phrase tossed into the air. As the conversation quieted, I took out the old piece of paper, the one they'd left on the kitchen table the night they disappeared. I had kept it like a scar, and now I returned it as a declaration of closure. "This belongs to you," I said evenly. "Keep it, it doesn't hold any power over me anymore." My mother broke down, clutching the note as if it were the last ember of something she could still call hope, but I had already stepped back, the line between us now drawn by both words and law. I laid out my terms clearly. They were to obey the restraining order, make no contact with me through any channel, stay away from my home and workplace, and if they ever wished to see their grandchildren, they could petition the court after proving genuine change through action, through therapy, through community work, and through not violating another single boundary. I didn't expect them to accept this right away, but I needed them to know every word had been weighed, and none would be taken back. When I stood to leave, neither of them reached for me. They simply watched, perhaps realizing too late that pity can't rebuild what cruelty destroyed. Cole followed me partway, grasping my hand, a grip heavy with remorse, almost a plea for redemption. I looked at him, gave a small nod, and said softly, "Live well. I debut." Outside, the sky above Lake Union was clear, the wind sharp but no longer cutting. I pulled my coat tighter around me and felt a strange lightness, not the shallow kind of joy, but a deeper calm, the kind that comes when the final piece of a long, broken puzzle finally clicks into place. I had said what needed to be said. I had drawn the boundaries no one could cross. And as I walked away, my heart understood something with perfect clarity. Endings aren't losses, they're choices. After that final meeting, I left Seattle and moved into a small house by Lake Bellevue where the misty mornings slowly dissolved into soft sunlight, and by afternoon, the water shimmered with gold as if melting into the sky. I didn't choose the place to hide. I chose it to begin a new chapter, one without knocks that made my heart race, one without emails that stole my sleep. The house was barely large enough for two, though in truth, I only needed one and a dog. I adopted him from a local animal rescue center, a golden-furred puppy with dark coffee bean eyes and a tail that curled into a question mark. I named him Scout, after the character in To Kill a Mockingbird, the same book I had read while hiding in the library at 16. Scout ran circles around the porch, and every time I laughed, he barked softly, as if he understood that the world had finally become a little less frightening. Life in Bellevue was nothing like Seattle, peaceful, unhurried, free of car horns and hurried footsteps. I began my mornings with yoga on the balcony, letting my breath move with the mist rising from the lake. Each motion, each inhale and exhale felt like teaching myself peace all over again. I continued therapy with Dr. Jensen not out of fear this time, but out of a desire to understand myself better. We spoke about guilt, boundaries, and simple joy. I told her about Scout, about the quiet breakfasts, about the small eggplant plants growing by my front door. She smiled and said, "You don't have to run from your past, Louisa. Just build it a small room inside your heart, not locked, but where no one can stay." One afternoon, I received a handwritten letter. The slanted handwriting wasn't as sharp as before. In the corner of the envelope was a small note. From Cole. I opened it, feeling a quiet mixture of tension and calm. Inside, he wrote, "I'm sorry, this time, I mean it. I've left home and rented a small room in Spokane. I don't want to live with them anymore. I've read the court records, every word you said. You were right, I just hope we can rebuild, not with money, but with honesty." At the bottom, he had added one more line. "If you agree, I want our family to start again with truth." I sat there for a long time, then wrote a single sentence in reply. "Okay, but no talk about money." I sealed the letter and sent it off, not knowing what the future would bring, but for the first time in 12 years, it felt like an invisible rope around my throat had finally loosened. After the lawsuit, Skilltree remained standing. When the news spread that its CEO had once been an abandoned child, people began reaching out not to pry, but to share their own stories. During one internal meeting, Noah suggested, "Louisa, what if we start a scholarship program for teens who've been abandoned, like you once were?" I looked at him, my chest tightening, and nodded. And that's how Second Start was born, a program that taught skills and offered psychological support for young people who had lost their families. We didn't just teach coding or trade skills, we taught them how to believe in themselves, even when the world had turned its back. Every time I saw those students standing in front of a whiteboard, eyes shining with focus and hope, I thought of the 16-year-old girl I used to be, hungry, scared, yet still learning how to type her first line of code. On quiet evenings in Bellevue, I often sat on the balcony with Scout curled by my feet, sipping a glass of white wine as small boats drifted across the lake. Sometimes, the nightmares still came: the sound of my father shouting, my mother crying, doors slamming, the chill of the storage room. But I no longer woke up gasping. I would simply open my eyes, place a hand over my heart, and breathe. Storms could still come back, but now, I knew how to stand in the center of them without breaking.
32 male. Need to get this off my chest while it's still fresh. My now ex-girlfriend Veronica, 27, just nuked her whole influencer career in the most spectacular way, and somehow I'm the bad guy. We've been together about 18 months. Met her at a friend's birthday party. She was beautiful, charming, had this infectious laugh. She was just starting to gain traction as a lifestyle influencer, maybe 15,000 followers when we met. I work in logistics management, decent salary, nothing crazy but comfortable. First few months were great. She was sweet, attentive, seemed genuinely into me. Then her follower count started climbing. 20,000, 30,000. By our 1-year mark, she hit 75,000 and started getting brand deals. Small stuff at first, skincare, workout gear. That's when things shifted. Suddenly, every date needed to be content-worthy. Couldn't just grab tacos anymore. Had to be the new fusion place with the neon signs and $18 cocktails. She'd spend 20 minutes arranging the table before we could eat, getting the perfect shot. The financial stuff started subtly. "Babe, my card's acting weird. Can you get this? I'll transfer you later." Spoiler, she never did. But I loved her, figured she was building her career, wanted to be supportive. About 3 months ago, she started this series called Lifestyle Level Up, where she'd showcase luxury items. Designer bags, shoes, jewelry. Her followers ate it up. Comments like "goals," and "your boyfriend's a keeper." Here's the thing, I wasn't buying any of it. She had this system. She'd order stuff online with her credit cards, use them for content for a few days, then return them. Or she'd borrow from PR packages she was supposed to send back. Some items were straight-up replicas she'd buy from sketchy websites. Her followers had no clue. 2 weeks ago, she posted a photo spread titled, "When your boyfriend can't afford your lifestyle, but you make it work anyway, nail polish." The post showed her with 3 designer bags, captioned with stuff like sometimes you gotta be your own sugar daddy, and not his fault he chose logistics over law school face-blowing kiss. I was at work when I saw it. My coworker Dennis looked over my shoulder and went, "Dude, is she serious?" The comments were brutal. Half were praising her for being independent. The other half were calling me broke and telling her to level up her man too. That night, I asked her to take it down. "It's just content, Brett. Don't be so sensitive. You're literally telling 75,000 people I can't afford to date you." She rolled her eyes. "It's called relatability. My audience loves this stuff. Besides, I didn't use your name or photo. Everyone who knows us knows who you're talking about. Look, this is my job, okay? If you supported my career, you'd understand." The next morning, she posted a follow-up. A flat lay of luxury items with the caption, "Yesterday's post triggered some people's skull, but remember, ladies, never shrink yourself to make a man comfortable. If he wanted to, he would. 100 points. I'd had enough." Update 1. The thing about Veronica's luxury lifestyle was that it was built on maxed-out credit cards and financial gymnastics that would make an accountant weep. After her, if he wanted to, he would post. I spent my lunch break going through my banking app. Started pulling receipts. 3 months of statements showing. Her Amex declined at Nordstrom, $3,847. Her Visa declined at Bloomingdale's, $2,231. Her MasterCard declined at a restaurant when she was treating her friends for $158. Every single time. I'd covered it. "Babe, their system must be down. My bank probably flagged it as fraud." Always an excuse. Total damage? Just over $8,500 in 3 months. Not including the regular stuff like dinners, Ubers, random Amazon purchases. But here's what really got me. Remember those designer bags in her post? I did some digging. Found the exact same items on a replica site she had bookmarked on her laptop. We're talking $300 knockoffs she was passing off as $3,000 bags. I also discovered something interesting in her email. She kept herself logged in on my iPad. 3 brands had sent her products for review with specific return dates. She was supposed to send back a $2,400 watch 2 weeks ago. A jewelry set worth $1,800 was overdue by a month. She'd been ignoring their increasingly urgent emails. That evening, she was doing a live stream from our apartment, showing off her curated minimalist jewelry collection, aka the stuff she was supposed to return. After she ended the stream, I made my decision. "We need to talk." She barely looked up from her phone. "Can't wait? My engagement is fire right now." "No, it can't." Something in my voice made her look up. "I want you out." She laughed. Actually laughed. "What? Because of my posts?" "Brett, grow up." "No, because you're a fraud. And you're using me to fund your fake lifestyle while publicly humiliating me. I'm not moving out over some social media drama. You're being ridiculous. Good thing the lease is in my name then." Her face went pale. "You can't just kick me out." "Actually, I can. You're not on the lease. You have 30 days, legally. But I'd prefer if you left sooner." She started crying. Not sad tears, angry tears. "After everything I've done for you? I made you interesting. Before me, you were just some boring logistics guy nobody knew existed." "Yeah, I was. And I was happy." She stormed into the bedroom. 20 minutes later, she came out with her phone. "Fine. You want to play? Let's play." Update 2. That night, Veronica went nuclear on Instagram. Posted a tearful story about how her narcissist boyfriend was kicking her out because he was threatened by her success. Said I was financially controlling and emotionally abusive. The word salad of therapy speak was impressive. Her followers rallied. My Instagram, which I barely used, got flooded with DMs calling me trash, broke, abusive, you name it. Someone found my LinkedIn and started messaging my company. But Veronica made a critical error. In her rage posting, she included a photo of herself crying in our apartment, and visible in the background was her laptop. Open on the screen? The replica website. Clear as day. One of her followers noticed and commented, "Girl, is that SupremeReplicas.com on your laptop?" Eyes. Veronica deleted the story, but screenshots were already circulating. That's when I decided to enter the chat. I went to her original "Can't Afford Your Lifestyle" post and commented, "Hey, everyone, Brett here, the broke boyfriend. Quick clarification. Those 3 designer bags? Never bought them. Here's a fun screenshot compilation of declined transactions from the actual purchase attempts, followed by MY payment confirmations. Swipe for all 17 instances in the past 90 days. Total, $8,500 plus. Also, PSA 2 at Watch Brand X, at Jewelry Brand Y, and at Handbag Brand Z. Your PR products are in apartment 4B if you want to collect them. They were due back weeks ago. Victory and I attached everything. Bank statements with her name. Declined transactions. My payments. The emails from brands asking for their products back. Even threw in a screenshot of the replica website with her order history visible. Then I turned off my phone and went to bed. Update 3. Woke up to chaos. Veronica's post had blown up, but not how she wanted. The comment section was a bloodbath. Her followers were turning on her. The replica website screenshot was everywhere. People were tagging the brands she'd been reviewing. But the real kicker? Someone had found her old posts from before we dated. Girl was living in a studio apartment with 3 roommates, shopping at Target, posting about budget meal prep. Her entire luxury lifestyle started exactly when we began dating. By noon, she'd lost 12K followers and counting. The brands responded publicly. Watch Brand X commented, "Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We take product loan agreements seriously and will be pursuing the return of our items immediately." Jewelry Brand Y was less diplomatic. Authenticity is core to our brand values. We do not associate with individuals who misrepresent products or engage in deceptive practices. Veronica tried damage control, posted a Notes app apology about being caught up in the pressure of social media and losing sight of what's real. Said she was taking time to reflect and grow. Then she called me. Not crying anymore, full rage mode. "You destroyed my career. Do you understand what you've done?" I posted receipts. "That's all. I have contracts, Brett. Partnerships. They're all pulling out. Maybe you should have thought about that before you posted about me being broke while spending my money. I'll sue you for defamation." Truth is an absolute defense, Veronica. Everything I posted is documented. She hung up, but it wasn't over. That afternoon, I got a call from her mother, Gloria. "Brett, sweetheart, what's going on?" Veronica's hysterical. I explained the situation. Gloria was quiet for a long moment. "So, she hasn't been paying for any of those nice things she's been showing us?" "No, Gloria. And those brands want the products back?" "Yes." "Oh dear." She told us she was making 6 figures from sponsorships. We co-signed her car lease based on that income. Turns out, Veronica had been lying to everyone. Update 4. The next few days were absolutely unhinged. Veronica refused to leave the apartment. Instead, she tried to flip the script by going live on Instagram, claiming I was holding her belongings hostage and forcing her to stay in an unsafe environment. Problem was, viewers could see her sitting comfortably on our couch, eating takeout I'd ordered. Someone commented, "Girl, you don't look very hostage while eating sushi RN." She ended the live immediately. The brands weren't playing. Watch Brand X sent a courier to the apartment. When Veronica refused to answer the door, they waited in the lobby for 3 hours until she tried to leave. The confrontation was memorable. She tried to claim the watch was a gift, but they had the loan agreement with her signature. Jewelry Brand Y took a different approach. They posted her photo on their Instagram story with "Urgent. This individual has failed to return borrowed products valued at $1,800. Please report any sightings of our Celestial Collection pieces." Her influencer friends started distancing themselves. Her bestie Nadia, 98K followers, posted a story saying she was shocked and disappointed and needed to reevaluate certain friendships. Meanwhile, I was getting interesting DMs. 3 of her ex-boyfriends reached out, all with similar stories. She'd dated them, drained their bank accounts, posted about their inadequacies, then moved on when they caught on. One guy, Terrence, sent me screenshots from 2 years ago, exact same playbook. "Watch out," he wrote. When I kicked her out, she tried to claim I stole $10,000 worth of her belongings. Had to get security cameras to prove she took everything when she left. So I installed a Ring camera in the living room, clearly visible. Told Veronica it was for both our protection. She was furious but couldn't really argue. Day 5 of her refusing to leave, I served her with a formal eviction notice. She had 30 days, but I was documenting everything in case I needed it for court. That night, she made one last desperate play. Posted a GoFundMe titled, "Starting Over After Domestic Financial Abuse." Goal, $25,000. The description was a masterpiece of fiction about how I controlled her finances and sabotaged her career out of jealousy. She raised $47 in 6 hours. Someone donated $1 with a comment for acting classes because this performance isn't convincing anyone. The real death blow came the next morning. A major T channel on YouTube picked up the story. The video title, "Fake Flexing Influencer Exposed by Fed Up Boyfriend." The receipts are wild. 2.3 million views in 48 hours. Her follower count dropped to 31K and falling. Update 5. Veronica finally broke on day 8. I came home from work to find her packing. Not just packing, panic packing. Throwing stuff in garbage bags, makeup everywhere, crying actual tears this time. What changed? She looked up, mascara streaking. Amex is suing me. Turns out, she'd been doing this scheme with multiple credit cards. Buying stuff, claiming fraud, getting refunds while keeping products. Amex's fraud department had been investigating for months. My public receipts apparently gave them the final evidence they needed. They want $43,000, Brett. $43,000, plus legal fees. How did you even? It was supposed to be temporary, just until the brand deals got bigger. I was going to pay it all back. The delusion was remarkable. She left that night, took her garbage bags of stuff, and moved back with her parents. But not before one final tantrum. You could have just minded your own business. We could have been a power couple. Veronica, we were never a couple. I was your ATM with a pulse. She tried to slap me. I stepped back. The Ring camera caught everything. "I hope you're happy being nobody again," she screamed. Ecstatic, actually. After she left, I did a deep clean of the apartment. Found thousands of dollars in tags she'd removed from items. Empty luxury shopping bags she'd been saving for photos. A notebook where she'd actually written out fake scenarios for content, including "Brett surprises me with Cartier," emotional story time. Posted one final update on Instagram. She's moved out. For those asking, no, I'm not happy this happened. I loved her, or who I thought she was. But sometimes people show you who they really are, and you have to believe them. To everyone going through something similar, document everything, trust your gut, and don't let anyone make you feel worthless for not funding their fantasy. Peace out. Victory and got over 100K likes. My follower count went from 200 to 15K overnight. Deleted the app. Don't need that in my life. Final update. It's been 3 months. Figured I'd give one last update since people keep demanding asking what happened. Veronica's influencer career is completely dead. She tried rebranding as a financial literacy advocate, the irony, but nobody was buying it. Last I checked, she was down to 8K followers and dropping. She posts maybe once a week, usually motivational quotes about resilience and rising from ashes. The legal stuff got messy. Amex pursued their case. From what I heard through mutual friends, she had to declare bankruptcy. Her parents had to deal with the car lease they co-signed. She'd been months behind on payments, just shuffling money around to stay afloat. The brands got most of their stuff back, though jewelry brand Y had to eat the loss on a few pieces she'd already sold. They blacklisted her across the industry. She's essentially unhireable in the influencer/marketing space. About a month after she moved out, she tried one more play. Posted a long video called "My Truth, Surviving Financial Abuse," where she tried to spin the whole thing as me being controlling with money. The comments section destroyed her. Someone even pulled court records showing her bankruptcy filing with the real debt amounts. The video was deleted within hours. Her ex-boyfriend Terrence reached out again last week. Said she tried hitting him up, asking to catch up over coffee. He blocked her immediately. Gloria, her mom, actually called to apologize last month. Said they had no idea how deep Veronica's lies went. Found out she'd been telling them I was heir to some logistics empire. that we were planning to buy a house together. They're in therapy now, trying to figure out where they went wrong. Me? I'm good. Better than good, actually. The apartment feels like mine again. Started dating someone new, Diana, an accountant who thinks influencers are ridiculous and pays for her own dinner. It's refreshing. My company actually gave me a raise after all this. My boss said anyone who could handle that level of drama while maintaining spreadsheet accuracy deserve hazard pay. Dennis from accounting high-fives me every time he sees me. The wildest plot twist? A documentary filmmaker reached out. They're doing a piece on fake it till you make it culture and wanted my story. Offered me $15,000 for an interview. I said no, just want to move on. But I did keep one thing from the relationship. That Ring camera. Best $99 I ever spent. Not for security, just as a reminder. Sometimes the red flags are designer knockoffs, declined credit cards, and someone telling the world you're not enough while spending your money. Lesson learned. Peace out for real this time.
She posted, finally telling my boring boyfriend I need a real man. While I was at work, I commented, good luck with that. Then I sent her active dating profile to her dad who was paying her rent. By 5 p.m., she was homeless and single. I, 28 male, was having a pretty normal Tuesday at the auto shop when my coworker Rico showed me his phone. Yo, isn't this your girl? There it was. My girlfriend Celeste, 26, had posted on her Instagram story, finally telling my boring boyfriend I need a real man. One who doesn't spend his weekends playing video games and working on cars. Time to upgrade. I looked at the timestamp, posted 11:23 a.m. while I was literally under a customer's Honda fixing their transmission. I pulled out my phone, went to her story, and commented, good luck with that. Then I got curious. If she was planning to dump me for being boring, maybe she already had options lined up. Took me about 5 minutes to find her Hinge profile. Active as of this morning. The profile was something else. Listed herself as an entrepreneur. She sells 5 items a month on Depop. Said she was looking for someone ambitious who could match her lifestyle. The same lifestyle funded entirely by her dad Hector, who paid her $2,800 a month rent because she was focusing on her art. Her art? She'd painted 3 canvases in 2 years. They were all in my apartment. I screenshot everything. The Instagram story, the dating profile where she'd posted pics from our vacation last month, just with me cropped out. The bio where she claimed to be newly single and ready to mingle. Then I did something that might have been petty, but honestly, I was just tired. I sent everything to Hector. See, Hector and I had a decent relationship. He knew I was the one who actually got Celeste to finish community college. He knew I drove her to her art supply runs, Target trips. He'd thanked me multiple times for being a good influence. I added a simple message. Hey Hector, thought you should know what your daughter's posting publicly while you're paying her bills. I'm ending things with her, but wanted you to have the full picture. His response came in 3 minutes. Thank you for letting me know. This is disappointing. I went back to work. Figured I'd deal with the breakup conversation when I got home, but Celeste beat me to it. 3 p.m. WTF did you do? My dad just cut me off. He saw what? How? This is so controlling and abusive, I can't even. Answer me right now. I'm at your apartment packing my things. That last one made me laugh. Her things? She'd moved in 6 months ago with 2 suitcases and had contributed exactly $0 to rent. I texted back, your 3 paintings are in the closet. Everything else is mine. Receipts are in my filing cabinet if you're confused. When I got home at 5:30, she was in the parking lot with her best friend Jordana and about 8 garbage bags of her stuff. You're seriously doing this? Celeste screamed the moment I got out of my truck. Over a joke? Which part was the joke? The dating profile or calling me boring while I'm at work? Jordana jumped in. She was venting. Everyone vents about their relationships. Cool, she can vent from her new place then. Celeste started the waterworks. Where am I supposed to go? My dad won't even answer my calls. Maybe one of your Hinge matches has a couch. She lost it. Started screaming about how I was supposed to fight for her, how this was a test to see if I cared, how a real man would understand she needed attention. You literally posted that you need a real man. Go find one. The security guard from our building came out because of the noise. Celeste tried to tell him I was illegally evicting her. He asked if she was on the lease. She wasn't. By 6 p.m., she was sitting in Jordana's car with her garbage bags, furiously texting someone. Update 1. The entitlement has reached astronomical levels, so Celeste's dad Hector called me yesterday. Not to yell at me, but to thank me. Turns out, this wasn't the first time. She'd pulled similar stunts with 2 previous boyfriends, and he'd always bailed her out. He was done. I've been enabling her for too long, he said. Maybe this will finally make her grow up. He also told me something interesting. Celeste had been telling him we were engaged and planning a wedding. She'd even asked for an extra 30 Kalers for wedding planning next year. My dude, I never even discussed marriage with her. But here's where it gets wild. Celeste's mom, Gloria, who's been divorced from Hector for 10 years, decided to insert herself. This woman, who hasn't been in Celeste's life consistently since the divorce, suddenly became Mother of the Year. She called me yesterday from Celeste's phone. How dare you sabotage my daughter's relationship with her father? Ma'am, I just showed him what she posted publicly. She's a young woman expressing herself. You're a mechanic who probably doesn't even understand social media. I understand it enough to find her dating profile. That was probably old. It was updated that morning. Silence. Then, you're gonna regret this. I know people. She hung up. I know people? What is this? A mob movie? An hour later I started getting tagged in posts. Gloria had gone on a Facebook rampage, posting in every local group she could find. Warning, this man, my full name, is a dangerous manipulator who isolates women from their families. She'd used a photo from my shop's website. Within an hour, my boss Jerry was getting calls. But Gloria made a crucial mistake. She included screenshots of Celeste's original boring boyfriend post and the dating profile to prove I was controlling. Except, everyone could see the timestamps. Everyone could see Celeste was actively dating while we were together. The comments were brutal. So, she cheated and he told her dad? Good for him. Your daughter sounds like the problem here. Ma'am, this isn't the flex you think it is. Jerry called me laughing. Kid, I don't know what you did, but their own evidence makes you look like a saint. Then came attempt number 2. Jordana's boyfriend, Mateo. This walking energy drink really showed up at my shop during lunch, trying to man me. Bro, you need to take Celeste back. Why? Because she's crashing at our place and driving Jordana crazy. They're fighting constantly. Sounds like a you problem. Come on, man. She made one mistake. Which one? The public humiliation or the dating profile? She wasn't actually gonna meet anyone. Her messages say otherwise. I'd seen the screenshots Hector forwarded me. Girl had 3 dates lined up that week. Mateo tried a different angle. Look, I'll pay you $500 to take her back for just a month. Just until she finds a place. You want to pay me to date your girlfriend's friend? I'm desperate, bro. She cries all night. She used all our groceries to stress bake, but doesn't know how to bake, so now we have 12 inedible loaves of something. My apartment smells like burnt sadness. I actually felt bad for him. Tell Jordana to set boundaries. Not my circus anymore. He left defeated. But the entitlement escalation was just beginning. Update 2, y'all. The spiral has been spectacular. Remember how Celeste had 3 dates lined up? Well, she went on them, from Jordana's apartment, while still trying to get me back. Date 1, investment banker named Thaddeus. Yes, really. Celeste wore the dress I'd bought her for my cousin's wedding. Posted stories from the fancy restaurant. Thaddeus lasted exactly 1 dinner before blocking her. Why? She spent the entire time talking about me and asking if he thought I'd take her back if she dated someone more successful. Date 2, gym bro named Kai. She tried to reinvent herself as a fitness enthusiast. Posted a gym selfie in brand new Lululemon that she couldn't afford. Kai figured out she'd never been to a gym when she asked why the treadmill wasn't working. It wasn't plugged in. He unmatched mid-workout. Date 3, some crypto guy named Jules. This one was promising until she asked him to loan her just $3,000 for a business opportunity on the first date. The business? Buying her apartment deposit. Jules literally got up and left before the appetizers arrived. Each failed date led to more desperate measures. First, she tried the art angle, posted that she was having a gallery showing of her work, and I was threatened by her success. The gallery? Jordana's living room. The attendants? Jordana, Mateo, Forst, and Gloria. Gloria tried to sell it as some exclusive event on Facebook. My daughter's triumphant art exhibition proving she doesn't need a man. She posted photos that carefully cropped out that it was clearly an apartment. Someone commented, "Is that a microwave in the background of your gallery?" Then came the fake pregnancy scare. "Oh yes, she went there." She texted me, "I'm late, might be pregnant, we need to talk." Me, "I had a vasectomy 2 years ago, try again. Her vasectomies can fail." Me, "Got tested last month, still shooting blanks." Her, "Why would you get tested if you're not having sex?" Who said I'm not? The typing bubbles appeared and disappeared for 20 minutes. She then posted on Instagram about going through something really difficult and personal with prayer hands emojis. Gloria commented, "Stay strong, baby. He'll pay for this." Pay for what? My successful vasectomy? But the peak entitlement came when Celeste decided to apply for jobs. Not because she wanted to work, but to prove she was independent and didn't need anyone. She applied to my shop. I'm not kidding. She submitted an application to be our receptionist. Jerry called me into his office, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. "She listed you as a reference." Her resume was amazing. Listed her entrepreneurship, Depop, her art career, 3 paintings, and her social media management, her personal Instagram with 800 followers, 700 of which were bots she bought. Under reason for applying, she wrote, "To prove certain people wrong about my work ethic." Jerry framed it. It's now on the office wall of shame. Update 3. The complete meltdown has arrived, and it's even messier than I expected. So Celeste's dad, Hector, started dating someone. Let's call her Rita. Rita's age? 29. 3 years older than Celeste. When Celeste found out, she went nuclear, created a whole Instagram account called Expose Rita, where she posted about how Rita was a gold digger and home wrecker. The irony of Celeste, who'd been living off her dad's money while actively cheating, calling someone else a gold digger, was not lost on anyone. Rita handled it like a boss. She simply commented, "Honey, I make twice what your father makes. I'm a pediatric surgeon, but go off." Celeste deleted the account within hours. But the entitlement wasn't done. Gloria decided to take matters into her own hands. She showed up at my apartment with a proposal. "I'll give you $10,000 to get back with Celeste." "Why would you pay me to date your daughter?" "Because she's driving everyone insane and you're the only one who could handle her." "I didn't handle her, that's why we broke up." "Look, between you and me, she's exhausting. But she's my daughter. If you date her for 6 months, I'll pay you, and maybe she'll mature." "Gloria, your daughter needs therapy, not a boyfriend." She pulled out her checkbook, actually started writing a check. 15,000. "No, 20. "Gloria, stop." "You know what? You're right. She's not worth 20. Her own mother said this. Meanwhile, Celeste had bigger problems. Remember Jordana? Well, she'd hit her limit. Gave Celeste 1 week to move out. Celeste responded by doing what any rational person would do. She stole Jordana's credit card and booked a self-care retreat to heal from trauma. The retreat? A $3,000 spa weekend. Jordana found out when her card got declined at the grocery store. She filed a police report. Celeste tried to claim it was a misunderstanding and that Jordana had verbally agreed to pay for it as an early birthday gift. Her birthday is in 9 months. The police showed up at the spa. Celeste was arrested in a bathrobe and face mask. Gloria tried to spin it on Facebook as wrongful arrest during a mental health crisis. Someone commented with the security footage from the spa of Celeste being escorted out, yelling about how she was an influencer and this would ruin her brand. What brand? The 800 bot followers? Hector paid her bail but with conditions. 1. Get a job within 30 days. 2. Pay Jordana back. 3. Delete all social media. 4. Move back home, but pay rent. Celeste lasted exactly 12 hours before breaking the social media rule. Posted a TikTok about toxic parents who don't understand entrepreneurship. It got 37 views. Hector sent her an eviction notice for his own house. Final update. It's been a month and I have closure in the weirdest possible way. Last week I was at a coffee shop when I ran into Thaddeus, investment banker date number 1. He recognized me and came over. "You're the ex, right? From the photos she showed me?" "Unfortunately." "Dude, thank you. Your breakup saved me so much trouble. She asked me to co-sign a car loan on our first date. We ended up talking for an hour. Turns out Celeste had told him I was abusive, controlling, and that I'd stolen her inheritance. The inheritance? Completely made up. She'd created this whole backstory about a rich grandmother who left her millions that I was keeping from her. Thaddeus showed me their text exchange. It was insane. She'd sent him fake legal documents, poorly photoshopped, about her inheritance battle, asked him to loan her $50K for a lawyer to fight me. He'd actually considered it until his buddy found my shop's Instagram and saw I was just a normal mechanic, not some inheritance-stealing mastermind. But here's the twist. Thaddeus's colleague, a woman named Astrid, had been watching the whole saga unfold on social media. She thought it was hilarious. She and I ended up connecting over Instagram, bonding over the absolute circus of it all. We've been talking for 2 weeks now. She's cool, has her own business, owns her apartment, and finds the whole situation entertaining rather than dramatic. Meanwhile, Celeste's current status, living in Gloria's basement, Hector held firm on the eviction. Working at a cell phone kiosk at the mall, Gloria got her the job through a friend. Banned from 3 dating apps for harassment. She kept making profiles saying she was looking for someone better than her ex. Jordana got a restraining order. Mateo and Jordana broke up. He blamed the stress of the whole situation. Rita and Hector are engaged. That was fast, but they seem happy. The last I heard from Celeste directly was a 3 a.m. text last week. I hope you know you ruined everything. I was going to be something special, and you destroyed it all because you couldn't handle me having standards. I responded, K. She sent 73 more texts. I didn't read them. Gloria messaged me yesterday asking if I'd reconsider for old time's sake. I sent her a photo of me and Astrid at a car show. She blocked me. But the best part? Jerry hired a new receptionist. She's amazing, professional, punctual, doesn't try to sell the customers essential oils. When she introduced herself, she mentioned she'd heard about the previous applicant who'd listed their ex as a reference. That was wild, she said. Who does that? Someone who thinks the world owes them everything, I replied. She laughed. Well, their loss is my gain. This job is great. It really is. And you know what? So is my life without Celeste. To everyone asking if I feel bad, no. She made her choices. She publicly humiliated me, cheated or tried to, and then expected me to catch her when her plans fell apart. That's not how life works. Hector sent me a text last night. Thank you for opening my eyes. Rita says you and Astrid should come to dinner sometime. Might take him up on that. Plot twist. The ex's dad becoming a friend? Didn't see that coming. Celeste, if you're reading this from Gloria's basement on your shift break at the phone kiosk, your 3 paintings are still in my closet. They're terrible, but they're yours. Have Gloria pick them up. I'm turning that closet into a gaming setup, since I'm so boring and all. Peace out. Edit. Stop asking for Celeste's art Instagram. It doesn't exist anymore and the paintings really weren't worth seeing. Think hotel lobby art, but worse. Edit 2. Yes, Astrid knows the whole story. She thinks it's hilarious. She's literally saved the screenshots as entertainment folder on her phone. Edit 3. For everyone saying this is fake because of the vasectomy thing, I got one after a pregnancy scare with a college ex. Best $900 I ever spent. Not everyone waits until they're married with kids, people. My girlfriend texted, I crashed your Lamborghini into a lake. Whoops. My $380,000 car. I responded, accidents happen. Then I showed police the dash cam. She'd done it deliberately for Instagram clout with 2.4 million followers watching. When her sponsors dropped her and she got sued for the car's full value. Original post. I 29 male still can't believe I'm typing this. My now ex-girlfriend Sienna 24 just destroyed my life's biggest investment for Instagram views. And yeah, before anyone asks, I worked my ass off for that car. Started a software company at 22, sold it last year. The Lamborghini Huracan was my one stupid splurge. Got the text yesterday at 3:14 p.m. while I was in a meeting. Babe, don't freak out, but I trashed your Lambo into the reservoir. Oops. Car's totally underwater. I'm fine though, already called insurance. My heart stopped, left the meeting immediately, hands shaking as I called her. Straight to voicemail, called again, nothing. Then I get an Instagram notification. She's live streaming. Title, OMG, I just crashed my BF's Lambo. 2.4 million followers watching her stand by the reservoir. My car's taillights barely visible in the water. She's fake crying, but I can see her checking viewer count between sobs. Guys, I'm literally shaking right now. I was just trying to get a good shot for you all and lost control. My boyfriend's gonna kill me. The comments were insane. Hearts, crying emojis, queen content. This is why we stan. Insurance will cover it, babe. I texted back, accidents happen, just glad you're safe. Then I called my insurance company and the police, and pulled the dashcam footage from the cloud. See, Sienna didn't know the Huracan had front and rear cameras that auto-upload. What I saw made my blood boil. The footage showed her setting up a phone mount on the dashboard, talking to the camera. Okay guys, this is gonna be insane. Most viral moment of 2024 incoming. Then deliberately accelerating toward the reservoir barrier at 70 miles per hour, yanking the wheel at the last second, except she miscalculated. Instead of a near miss for content, she went straight through. The rear cam caught her swimming to shore, immediately pulling out her backup phone from a waterproof case and starting the live stream. This was planned. Update 1. The next day, police showed up at our apartment this morning. Well, my apartment that she'd been living in rent-free for 8 months. Sienna was doing her morning skincare routine on TikTok Live. Babe, can you get the door? She called out, ring light glowing. Opened it to 2 officers. We need to speak with Sienna Rodriguez about the vehicle incident yesterday. She came out, still in her silk robe, phone in hand. Officers, I already filed the insurance claim. Just a terrible accident. Ma'am, we've reviewed the dashcam footage your boyfriend provided. We need you to come to the station. The way her face changed, from influencer smile to pure panic. What footage? The footage showing you deliberately driving the vehicle into the reservoir while discussing it being viral content. Her live stream was still going. 50K people watching her get exposed in real time. Someone screen recorded it. It's already got 10 million views on Twitter. That's edited. Babe, tell them. She turned to me, desperation in her eyes. I gave them the original files directly from the car's cloud storage, time-stamped, GPS tagged. You're supposed to support me? I'm your girlfriend. You destroyed my $380,000 car for views, Sienna. It's just a car, and technically it's partly mine since I've been living here. The officers exchanged glances. Ma'am, you need to come with us now. She tried to pull the tears card. I'm an influencer. This is harassment, my mental health. They charged her with insurance fraud, reckless endangerment, and destruction of property over $100K. That's a felony in our state. But the best part? Her phone was still streaming. Her followers watched her get arrested. The comments went from supportive to savage in seconds. Fraud queen. Imagine destroying $380K for clout. Boyfriend deserves better. Jail era incoming. By evening, she was out on bail. Her mom put up the money. Came back to the apartment, demanding I drop the charges. Babe, it was just content. You know how hard it is to stay relevant. You committed multiple felonies, but I tag you in everything. Your business gets exposure through me. Pack your stuff. You have 24 hours. She laughed. Actually laughed. You can't evict me. I have rights. You're not on the lease. You're a guest, and I'm formally ending your stay. She went nuclear on Instagram, posted a 10-slide story about toxic masculinity, financial abuse, and how I'm choosing a car over love. Tagged me in everything. My business, my employees, my family. Within hours, her narrative was spinning. She was the victim of a controlling tech bro who entrapped her. The car? Probably insurance fraud on his part. The dashcam? Deepfaked. Then her mom called me. Gloria, this woman, how dare you do this to my baby? She made a mistake. She deliberately destroyed my property, Gloria. She's an artist. Sometimes art requires sacrifice. Your daughter sacrificed my car for her art. You tech bros are all the same. No soul. That car means nothing to you. That car was 18 months of savings. Sienna has nothing. You have everything. The least you can do is not press charges. The least she could do was not commit fraud. I'll ruin you. I know lawyers. Cool. Have them call mine. Update 2, 72 hours later, the entitlement escalated beyond belief. First, Sienna tried to break back into the apartment at 2 a.m. Security footage caught her trying to use her old key. I'd already changed the locks, then attempting to climb the balcony. from the third floor, in heels. Security called the cops. She told them she lived there and I was having a mental breakdown and locked her out. They asked for proof of residency. She showed them her Instagram photos taken in the apartment. Ma'am, that's not proof of residency. I have 2.4 million followers. Check my verified badge. They called me to confirm she didn't live there. She was trespassed from the property. Next morning, I wake up to my Instagram flooded with comments. She'd posted that I was holding her belongings hostage, including her work equipment, ring lights, and a phone tripod, worth thousands of dollars. I packed everything in boxes, took photos of each item, and left them with the building's concierge. Sent her one text: "Your items are at the front desk. Do not contact me again." Her response? She showed up with a camera crew, hired an actual videographer to film her retrieving her things from her abusive ex. The concierge called me. "Sir, she's refusing to take the boxes unless you come down personally so she can film the confrontation. Tell her she has 10 minutes to take them or they go in the dumpster." She took them, but not before staging a breakdown in the lobby. The videographer looked embarrassed. The footage never got posted, probably because the concierge can be heard saying, "Ma'am, this is the third take. Please just take your boxes." Then came the legal escalation. Her mom actually found a lawyer, some ambulance chaser who sent me a letter demanding $50,000 for emotional distress, $100,000 for lost income due to reputational damage, $25,000 for wrongful eviction, return of the car insurance payout that hadn't even been processed yet, a public apology. My lawyer's response was beautiful. One page. Your client is currently facing felony charges for destruction of property and insurance fraud, captured on video. Any civil action would result in immediate countersuit for the full value of the vehicle plus legal fees. The dashcam footage has been provided to her insurance company, who will likely pursue criminal charges independently. We recommend your client focus on her criminal defense. But the peak entitlement came when she started a GoFundMe. Help Sienna fight back against tech bro abuse. The description was insane. Claimed I coerced her into dangerous stunts for my entertainment, that the car was a gift, it wasn't, and that she was now homeless and traumatized. Goal: $500,000. She raised $3,000 before GoFundMe yanked it for fraud. Those donors are now filing chargebacks. Update 3, 1 week later. Her sponsors started dropping her one by one. Fashion Nova was first, then Bang Energy, then the meditation app she'd been pushing. Each one posted statements about not condoning dangerous or illegal behavior. Her manager, yes, she had one, dropped her via email and CC'd me. Due to recent events and pending criminal charges, we can no longer represent Ms. Rodriguez. Please remove our agency from all legal correspondence. Sienna lost it, started a live stream titled The Truth About Everything. She admitted to planning the crash but claimed I knew about it, said I encouraged her to do it for insurance money, even said I provided the idea. Problem is, I was in a recorded Zoom meeting with 12 people when she crashed the car. My alibi is airtight. The insurance company saw the stream. They're now suing her for the full value plus investigation costs. That's $380,000 plus probably another $50K in fees. Her follower count started hemorrhaging, lost $800K in 3 days. The comments were brutal. Imagine ruining your life for a viral moment. This is what happens when cloud is your currency. That tech bro ex dodged a missile. Then something unexpected happened. The reservoir incident went viral on Reddit. Someone found her old content. Turns out she'd been faking pranks for years. Hired actors, staged reactions, the works. Her entire career was built on lies. BuzzFeed picked it up. Then Vice, then Rolling Stone, the rise and fall of Instagram's fakest influencer. Her mom called again, crying this time. Please just drop the charges, she's lost everything. She destroyed everything, Gloria. She's having a breakdown, she's talking about hurting herself. Then get her help. Real help, not Instagram therapy. You're heartless. I'm $380,000 poorer because your daughter thought felony destruction of property would get views. She loved you. She loved my car and my apartment and the lifestyle. She never loved me. How can you say that? Gloria, I found out through the dashcam audio. During her preparation for the stunt, she was on speaker with someone named Jaden. Quote, after this goes viral, I'll dump him and move to LA. Just need him for a few more months. Silence. She said that? It's all on tape. The prosecutors have it. Gloria hung up. Update 4. 2 weeks later, court date. Sienna showed up in an outfit clearly meant to look courtroom chic. Still thinking about the optics, the content, the angles. Her lawyer tried arguing it was a social media stunt gone wrong. The judge watched the dashcam footage, watched her preparation, heard her talking about doing it for viral fame. Miss Rodriguez, you deliberately destroyed someone else's property valued at $380,000 for social media content. Your Honor, influencing is my job. That wasn't my question. Did you deliberately crash the vehicle? I mean, yes, but for social media content? Yes. The judge looked disgusted. You endangered yourself, potentially others, destroyed property, and attempted insurance fraud for likes? Her lawyer tried damage control. Your Honor, my client is young. She's 24, old enough to know felony when she commits it. She pled guilty to reduced charges to avoid jail time. 2 years probation, 500 hours community service, $380,000 restitution to me, $50,000 in fines. No social media for the duration of probation. That last one broke her. She actually gasped. No social media? That's my career. Should have thought about that before committing crimes for content, Miss Rodriguez. But here's where it gets worse for her. The insurance company is pursuing a separate civil suit. They want their investigation costs, legal fees, and punitive damages. Her lawyer estimates she's looking at another $200,000 minimum. The IRS also got interested. Turns out, she hadn't been paying taxes on her influencer income. 3 years of unreported earnings. That's a whole different problem. Her apartment, a studio her mom co-signed for, is being evicted because she can't make rent. Her car, leased of course, got repossessed. Her entire life was built on a foundation of other people's money and fake content. Final update. 1 month later, Sienna's mom called one last time. Different tone now. Defeated. She's moving back home, to Iowa. Okay. She has nothing, has to work at her uncle's hardware store. Okay. She can't even have a phone with internet. Probation rules. That's rough. Are you happy? You destroyed her life. Gloria, she drove my car into a lake on purpose, on camera, while discussing doing it for content. You could have just let it go. Insurance would have covered it. That's fraud, Gloria. That's literally fraud. She's nobody now. Nobody. She's someone who has to face consequences. That's not nobody. That's everybody. Gloria hung up. My insurance finally came through. After subtracting depreciation and my deductible, I got $290,000. Not enough for another hurricane, but enough to move on. Started dating someone new last week. Rebecca. She's an accountant, drives a Toyota, doesn't have Instagram. When I told her about Sienna, she said, wait, she thought destroying a $380,000 car would make her more famous? Did she not understand how the internet works? Exactly. Last I heard through mutual friends, Sienna's working the register at her uncle's store in rural Iowa. No phone, no social media, no followers. Just scanning items and making change. Someone spotted her and tried to take a selfie. She had to explain she legally couldn't be in photos posted online. The girl who lived for content can't even be content anymore. Her last Instagram post before the court-ordered deletion has 2.8 million views. It's the arrest livestream. The comments are still coming. This aged like milk in the sun. Lamborghini 1, Clout Chaser 0. Imagine destroying your life, speedrun any cent. Someone made a documentary. Netflix is interested. Working title, Going Viral, Going Broke, An Influencer's Downfall. They want to interview me, thinking about it. The fee would cover my deductible. Oh, and plot twist. Jaden, the guy she was planning to move to LA with, he's dating another influencer now. Posted a TikTok about dodging bullets that went viral. Even he's profiting from her downfall. The Lamborghini? The salvage company pulled it out. Completely totaled. Engine flooded, electronics fried, frame bent. They scrapped it for parts. Someone bought the steering wheel on eBay for $500. The listing title, Steering Wheel from That Viral Lambo Crash. Even in death, my car is worth more than her career. I'm not happy about losing the car. Worked damn hard for it. But there's something poetic about someone destroying their entire life for 15 minutes of fame and ending up with neither fame nor life. She wanted to go viral? Well, she did. just not how she planned. And me? I'm driving a leased BMW now. Full coverage, comprehensive insurance, and absolutely no passengers who have more than 10K followers on anything. Learned my lesson. Date women who are impressed by your character, not your car. Because character doesn't depreciate, and you can't crash it into a lake for clout. The restitution payments start next month. $500 a month for basically forever, given her current hardware store salary. Every payment notification is a reminder. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Or in her case, play stupid games, win felony charges, lose everything, and pay your ex-boyfriend $500 a month for the next 63 years. Worth noting, she tried starting a podcast from her mom's house called Canceled But Not Broken. Got shut down. Podcasts count as social media under her probation terms. She literally cannot create content in any form for 2 years. The girl who needed attention like oxygen now legally cannot seek it. That's not revenge. That's just consequences. Beautiful, court-ordered, legally binding consequences. She texted, "You're not romantic enough. You never surprise me anymore." I wrote, "You're right." Then I surprised her with a breakup she didn't see coming and a new girlfriend she'd introduced me to. Her betrayal when her friends said I was the most romantic man she'd ever met. Original post: I, 29 male, got the text while planning her birthday surprise. 3 months of secretly coordinating with vendors, her friends, even her mom. A weekend getaway, vintage jewelry from her favorite estate sale shop, dinner at the place we had our first date, recreated down to requesting the same table. The text from Jessica, 27, read, "We need to talk. You're not romantic enough anymore. You never surprise me. It's like you don't even try. Maybe we should consider if this is working." I stared at my laptop screen full of confirmation emails and deposits. 4 years together. Living together for 2. Just last week, she'd introduced me to her friend Natalie from her book club, gushing about how perfect we were together. Me. "You're right. So you admit it? You've given up on us? Let's talk when you get home." What Jessica didn't know, I'd been documenting everything. Not because I'm paranoid, but because gaslighting isn't new with her. She'd convinced me I forgot our anniversary. I hadn't. That I never took her anywhere nice. Credit card statements said otherwise. That I didn't put effort in. The surprise folder on my laptop disagreed. That evening she came home ready for war. But something was different. Her energy was guilty, defensive before I'd even spoken. "So," she started, "I've been thinking about us." "Me too," I interrupted. "I agree. I haven't been romantic enough." She blinked. "You agree?" "Absolutely. You deserve someone who puts in effort. Someone who surprises you. Exactly. Like..." She paused. "Like how things should be." "How they are with Derek?" Silence. Her face went white. "Yeah. Derek." Her coworker who she'd been having lunch with every day, who texted her goodnight, who she claimed was just helping with a project. My buddy Tom works in their building. Saw them in Derek's car during lunch. Very cozy. Very not project-related. "I don't know what you're..." "Jessica. Stop." The deflation was instant. Then came the recovery attempt. "It's not what you think. We just talk. Because you don't anymore." "Right. Which is why you're criticizing my lack of romance while texting another man." "That's different. You pushed me away." I pulled out my phone, showed her my Photos app. Screenshots of receipts. Flowers delivered to her office. Monthly. Dinner reservations I'd made that she'd canceled. The theater tickets she said she was too tired for. "I've been trying, Jess. You've been rejecting everything while telling me I don't try." Update 1. The next morning was surreal. Jessica acted like nothing happened. Made breakfast, humming, asking about weekend plans. "So I was thinking we could check out that farmer's market." "Jessica, we broke up last night." "What? No, we had a fight. Couples fight. You admitted to emotionally cheating with Derek while gaslighting me about not being romantic." "Emotionally cheating isn't real cheating." There it was. The entitlement. "Okay, well, I'm really done. You should start looking for a place." She laughed. Actually laughed. "This is my apartment too. Your name isn't on the lease. I've been paying rent. You've been paying me half of utilities. I have the Venmo history. You haven't paid actual rent in a year because you were saving for a car." Her face shifted through several emotions. "You can't just kick me out. I have rights." "You have 30 days. Legal notice will be posted today." She spent the rest of the day calling everyone. Her mom called me a monster. Her sister texted that I was probably abusive anyway. Her friends started a group chat about what a psycho I was for making her homeless over nothing. But here's the kicker. Remember Natalie? Jessica's book club friend she'd introduced me to last week? Got a text from an unknown number. "Hi, this is Natalie. Jessica gave me your number before. Everything. I heard you two split. I'm sorry. She seemed really happy with you." We texted a bit. She was remarkably understanding. Mentioned Jessica had been talking about Derek for months at book club. How he was everything a woman could want and how she was keeping her options open. "Natalie, honestly I was shocked when I met you. You seem nothing like how she described." "How did she describe me?" "Inattentive, boring, cheap. But you remembered how she liked her coffee when you made it. You pulled out her chair. You looked at her like she hung the moon. It was confusing." Update 2, week 2 of the breakup. Jessica ramped up the crazy. First, she started bringing Derek to the apartment. Yeah, the dude she was emotionally cheating with, just hanging out in my living room, eating my food, using my Netflix. "He's helping me move," she said when I questioned it. "Your stuff isn't packed. We're planning the move." They were on my couch watching movies. I didn't engage, just documented. Every day they were there. Every meal they ate from my fridge. Every time Derek parked in my assigned spot. Then came the social media campaign. Jessica started posting about toxic relationships and knowing your worth. Inspirational quotes about surviving abuse and finding yourself again. Her friends ate it up. Comments flooded in about what a survivor she was. How brave. I posted nothing, but I did have coffee with Natalie. We met at a neutral place. She was different from Jessica's other friends. Actually listened. Asked questions. Didn't immediately take sides. "Can I be honest?" she asked. "Please." "Jessica's been planning to leave you for Derek for months, but she wanted you to break up with her so she could play victim and keep the apartment." "She told you this?" "Bragged about it. Said you were so conflict avoidant that if she pushed hard enough, you'd give her everything just to avoid drama." I stirred my coffee. "That's actually impressive. Evil, but impressive." Natalie laughed. "You're taking this better than expected." "Oh, I'm furious. But I'm also done. 4 years of being told I'm not enough while doing everything. I'm exhausted." We talked for 2 hours. About books. She actually read them, unlike Jessica, who just went for wine. About hiking. She did actual trails, not just posed for Instagram. About life. "This is weird," she said finally. "You're my friend's ex. Very recent ex who she cheated on." "Still weird." "Agreed. But also, nice." She smiled. "Yeah, nice." Update 3, day 20 of the notice period. Things escalated magnificently. Jessica found out about coffee with Natalie. Not through me, through Bethany, another book club member who saw us. The confrontation was Olympic level. "You're dating my friend?" "We had coffee." "Natalie, my Natalie. I didn't realize you owned people." "This is revenge. You're trying to hurt me." "Jessica, you brought your affair partner into my home repeatedly." "That's different." "How?" Because it just is." Derek, who'd been silently eating my leftover Chinese food, finally spoke. "Babe, maybe we should go." "We live here." "For 10 more days," I corrected. She called Natalie immediately. On speaker. Power move, she thought. "How could you?" Jessica screeched. Natalie's calm voice filled the room. "How could I what? Have coffee with a nice guy you treated terribly? He's my ex, who you cheated on and are currently trying to manipulate out of his own apartment. You're supposed to be my friend." "Friends don't brag about manipulating their partners, Jess." Jessica hung up, turned to me with tears. Real ones this time. "You've turned everyone against me." "No, your actions have consequences. That's not the same thing." She threw a pillow at me, missed. It knocked over Derek's soup onto my carpet. "You owe me for emotional damages," she screamed. "For what? Breaking up with you after you cheated? I never physically cheated." "Congratulations. You want a medal for that technicality?" Derek stood up. "Listen, man, maybe you should just let her stay." "Are you offering to pay her rent, Derek?" "I mean, no." "Then sit down and finish my soup." He actually sat back down. The audacity was almost admirable. Update 4, day 25. Jessica went nuclear. She called my mother. My mother. Crying about how I was making her homeless, how she'd done nothing wrong, how I was ruining her life over a misunderstanding. Mom called me, confused. I sent her screenshots of Jessica's texts about Derek, the ones where she called him her soulmate and said she was settling with me. Mom called Jessica back. I don't know what was said, but Jessica's face when she hung up was priceless. Then she tried the legal route. Had Derek's friend, who was apparently a paralegal, send me a very official-looking letter about illegal eviction and tenant rights. My response? Had an actual lawyer friend review it and respond. Turns out when you're not on the lease and haven't paid rent, you're a guest. A long-term guest, but still a guest. The 30-day notice was a courtesy. The paralegal never responded. With 5 days left, Jessica made her final play. She organized a moving party, invited all her friends to come help her move out of the abusive situation. 20 people showed up to move boxes that weren't packed. "We're here to support you, babe," her friend Kelsey announced loudly, clearly for my benefit. "So brave," added another. I stayed in my room, door locked, listening to them ransack my kitchen for farewell shots. Natalie texted, "I heard about the party. I'm sorry." Me, currently hiding in my own room while they Instagram their rescue mission. That's ridiculous. Want to grab dinner? Get you out of there? Is that a date? Maybe? Is that weird? Everything about this is weird, but yes. So while Jessica threw herself a victim party in my apartment, I went on a date with Natalie. We went to a small Italian place. She wore a dress that made thinking difficult. We talked about everything except Jessica for 2 hours. "I should tell you," she said over dessert, "I've had a crush on you since Jessica introduced us." That was 3 weeks ago. I know, I felt terrible, but the way you looked at her versus how she talked about you, it didn't match. Then when she started bragging about Derek, I was disgusted. And now I think she's an idiot who threw away someone incredible for a guy who doesn't even pay for his own Chinese food. We kissed in the parking lot. Soft, tentative, nothing like the desperate last kisses Jessica had been attempting all week. "This is going to be complicated," Natalie said. "Worth it though?" "Definitely." Update 5, Moving Day, D-Day, the finale. Jessica had packed nothing. At 8 a.m., she was sitting on the couch in pajamas crying, "I can't do this. The truck rental place opens at 9. You're really gonna make me leave?" "Yes." Derek showed up at 10, in his sedan, for all her stuff. "Bro, can she just stay a few more days to figure things out?" "No, you're being really petty. Derek, you're literally the guy she cheated with. Emotionally. Still counts." They started throwing things in garbage bags. Her entire life just crammed into hefty bags. It was sad, honestly. 4 years reduced to angry packing. Then Natalie arrived. She brought coffee and donuts. "Thought you might need caffeine and sugar." Jessica's head snapped up. What is she doing here? Bringing me breakfast. The look on Jessica's face was something, like all her circuits fried at once. You're together?" "We're dating," Natalie confirmed. "This is betrayal." "Like sleeping with Derek while living with me?" I asked. "I never slept with him." Derek looked uncomfortable. "Actually, Jess," everyone turned to him. "That one time, that was after we were on a break." "We were never on a break," I said. "You just decided we were in your head." Jessica collapsed, full soap opera, knees hitting the floor, wailing, "You've ruined everything." "Jess," Natalie said quietly, "you did this. You pushed him away while pulling Derek closer. You wanted to have both until you could monkey branch to something better. It backfired. You were my friend." "I was, but friends don't support friends who are being terrible." Jessica stood up, mascara everywhere. "I'll destroy you both." "How?" I asked, genuinely curious. "I'll tell everyone what you did. That we started dating after you cheated and I broke up with you? I'll say you cheated first." "With who?" "With her. Timeline doesn't work. I met Natalie while we were together. Through you. Publicly. With witnesses." She grabbed a bag, then threw it down. "Derek, do something." Derek looked at her, then at me, then at the door. "Jess, maybe we should just go." "You're taking his side?" "There aren't sides. You got evicted. We need to leave." The next hour was embarrassing. Derek's car could barely fit half her stuff. They had to make 3 trips to wherever she was going. Each time she came back, she tried a new manipulation. Trip 1, tears and promising to change. Trip 2, anger and threats of lawsuits. Trip 3, attempting to seduce me in front of Derek. Finally, at 3 p.m., she was gone. But not before one final moment. "You know what?" she said from the doorway. "I was going to break up with you anyway." "Good. Then we both got what we wanted." "Natalie's just a rebound." Natalie stepped forward. "Maybe. But at least he brings me flowers, and remembers my birthday, and doesn't text other men while complaining he's not romantic enough." "He's not romantic? Really?" Natalie pulled out her phone, showed Jessica a photo. "This is from yesterday." It was a picture of a note I'd left on Natalie's car. Simple. "Thanks for being you." With her favorite candy. Jessica's face crumbled. "He never did that for me." I pulled out my phone, scrolled through photos. Hundreds of notes I'd left Jessica. Pictures of flowers delivered to her office. Surprise dinners. All dated. I did. Constantly. You just stopped noticing. She left without another word. Final update. It's been 2 months since Jessica moved out. The aftermath was predictable. She tried to paint herself as the victim on social media for about 2 weeks, posted cryptic quotes about surviving narcissistic abuse and finding her truth. But people talk. The book club knew the truth. Her coworkers saw her with Derek for months before our breakup. Even her mom, who initially took her side, called me to apologize after Jessica admitted she'd been talking to Derek for almost a year. "I'm sorry," her mom said. "I raised her better than this." Derek lasted exactly 3 weeks. Once Jessica didn't have my apartment, my Netflix, my stability, she expected him to provide it. He bounced, moved back with his parents, and blocked her on everything. She tried to come back. Oh boy, did she try. Text from unknown number. "I made a mistake. You were perfect. I see that now." Another. "Derek meant nothing. You're my person." And my favorite. "Natalie is using you to get back at me." Natalie saw that one, laughed so hard she snorted wine. About Natalie. We're good. Really good. It's different from Jessica. Natalie actually appreciates things. Says thank you. Notices effort. Reciprocates. Last week, she planned a surprise for me. Dinner at a place I'd mentioned once, months ago. Remembered I loved their bread. "This is what Jessica never understood," she said. "Romance isn't about grand gestures. It's about paying attention." Jessica found out we're officially together when Natalie posted a photo of us at a concert. Jessica had always said concerts were too loud and crowded. The meltdown was spectacular. 63 texts to Natalie, who'd blocked her but screenshots circulated. Highlights included, "You stole my life. He was supposed to pine for me. This is illegal. I'll sue you for emotional theft." Emotional theft. That's a new one. Last I heard, Jessica was dating some guy she met on an app. He's apparently everything she deserves. Her Instagram is full of posts about finally being treated like a queen and knowing her worth. The photos tell a different story. Generic chain restaurant dinners, gas station flowers. The romance she deserved looks a lot less romantic than what she had. Meanwhile, I'm planning Natalie's birthday surprise. Actually keeping it secret this time. No chance of gaslighting, no accusations of not being romantic enough. Turns out I was plenty romantic, just with the wrong person. Jessica was right about one thing though. She did deserve surprises. She got the biggest one, consequences. Me, I got something better. Someone who sees me, appreciates me, and doesn't need another man to validate what she thinks is missing. Funny how "you're not romantic enough" turned into "you're the most romantic man I've ever met." All it took was changing the audience. Thanks for reading this mess. Still processing, but life's good. Apartment's peaceful. Relationship's healthy, and Derek's car is no longer in my parking spot. Win-win-win. My fiancé said, "Your best man is too ugly for my wedding photos. Replace him." I said, "You're right, I'll handle it." Then I replaced her instead. When she showed up for the rehearsal dinner and saw who was sitting in her seat, original post, I, 32 male, thought I was marrying the love of my life. Victoria, 29, and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for 8 months. Wedding planned for next month. Everything seemed perfect until last Thursday. My best friend Tommy, 33, has been my ride or die since middle school. Dude had a rough go. House fire when he was 16 left him with burn scars on the left side of his face and neck. Never stopped him from being the most genuine, loyal person I know. Started his own auto shop, married an amazing woman, has 2 great kids. When I asked him to be my best man, he actually teared up. Last Thursday, Victoria and I were finalizing wedding details. She pulled up the photographer's shot list, then dropped this bomb. "So about Tommy. What about him? He can't be in the main wedding party photos. The scarring will ruin the aesthetic. I literally thought she was joking. That's not funny, Vic. I'm serious. Maybe he can stand at the end where we can crop him out? Or we could use makeup to cover. Are you actually suggesting I hide my best friend because of how he looks? She rolled her eyes. Don't be dramatic. It's my wedding. I've been planning this since I was 12. Every photo needs to be perfect. He's just too ugly for the vision I have. The word ugly hit like a punch. This woman had eaten Sunday dinners at Tommy's house. His kids called her Aunt Vicky. He's my best man, period. Then find a different one. Maybe your cousin Brandon? He's tall, good jawline. You want me to replace my best friend with someone I see twice a year because he's prettier? It's called having standards, babe. The photos last forever. Do you really want to look back in 20 years and see that in every shot? I stood up, weirdly calm. You're right. I should handle this. She smiled, kissed my cheek. I knew you'd understand. We can tell Tommy he's needed for something else important, like managing the guest book. I nodded. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Update 1. I didn't sleep that night. Kept replaying every interaction between Victoria and Tommy. How she'd always been too busy to attend his kids' birthday parties. How she'd suggested we upgrade our friend group once we were married. Red flags I'd wrapped in rose-colored glasses. Friday morning, I drove to Tommy's shop. He was under a Corolla, music blasting. Tommy, we need to talk. He rolled out, saw my face. Shit, who died? My relationship. Told him everything, word for word. His face went through about 10 emotions. Hurt, anger, then weirdly, concern for me. Bro, I'll step down. I don't want to cause. Stop. Just a stop. You're my best man. You're my brother. If anyone's getting replaced, it's not you. What are you saying? I'm saying I need a new bride. He stared at me. You're dumping Victoria 3 weeks before the wedding? No, I'm recognizing that Victoria already dumped everything that matters to me. She just hasn't figured it out yet. Tommy tried to talk me out of it. Said wedding stress makes people crazy. Maybe she didn't mean it. But I knew better. This wasn't stress. This was who she really was when the mask slipped. I had a plan, though. See, the rehearsal dinner was in 5 days. Deposits all paid, vendors locked in, Victoria's whole family flying in from around the country. And since I'd been handling the finances, she was more about the vision. Everything was in my name. First call. My sister Rebecca, 30F. She's an event planner, knows everyone in the industry. Bex, hypothetically, how hard would it be to change some details for the rehearsal dinner? What kind of details? Like, the bride? Long pause. What did she do? Told her about Tommy. Rebecca went ballistic. She'd always been protective of Tommy since his accident. She was there that night, actually drove him to the hospital. That shallow witch! Okay, what do you need? I need the most beautiful, classy woman you know to be my date to the rehearsal. Someone who makes Victoria look like she shops at discount stores. I know just the person. Remember Natasha from my company party? Natasha. Former model turned PR executive. Looked like Zendaya's prettier sister. Also happened to be Tommy's cousin, though Victoria never knew that because she never bothered learning about Tommy's family. Perfect. Call her. Next, I called the venue. Explained there'd been a change in the primary guest. They were surprisingly cool about it. Turns out they dealt with Victoria's demanding attitude and were happy to accommodate any changes I wanted. Then came the fun part. I called Victoria's mom, Eleanor. Hi, Eleanor. Just confirming you're still flying in Tuesday for the rehearsal? Of course. I'm so excited. Victoria showed me the photos of her dress. Stunning. Great. Just wanted to make sure. See you at 7 p.m. sharp at the venue. Will Tommy be there? Victoria mentioned something about adjusting the wedding party. Oh, Tommy will definitely be there, front and center. Update 2. The next few days were surreal. Victoria was in full wedding mode, constantly showing me Pinterest boards and flower arrangements. I smiled, nodded, agreed with everything. You were right about the photos, I said Sunday night. They should be perfect. She beamed. I knew you'd come around. Did you talk to Tommy? I handled it. And Brandon agreed to step in. Everything sorted. Monday, I met with my lawyer, canceled all the wedding vendors in my name, lost some deposits, but most were understanding given the circumstances. The photographer even refunded me in full after I explained why we were canceling. Turns out his brother has facial scarring from an IED in Afghanistan. He was disgusted. The venue for the actual wedding? Cancelled. The honeymoon flights and resort? Cancelled and partially refunded. The only thing I kept was the rehearsal dinner. That was going to be my farewell gift to Victoria, a very public lesson in consequences. Tuesday afternoon, Victoria left to get her nails done with her bridesmaids. I packed everything I owned and moved it to my brother's place. Left her stuff exactly where it was, but took everything that was mine. Even the good coffee maker, that was definitely mine. Tommy came by to help. You sure about this? Never been more sure of anything. This is going to be brutal. Yeah, for her. At 6:30 p.m. I put on my best suit, the one Victoria always said made me look like leading man material. Tommy picked me up, dressed sharp as always. We swung by to get Natasha, who looked absolutely stunning in a deep blue dress. You sure you're okay with this? I asked her. Are you kidding? Victoria once told me I was pretty for someone who used to model. This is karma, delivered first class. We arrived at the venue at 6:45. The staff greeted me warmly, and I noticed they'd followed my updated instructions perfectly. The place cards had been adjusted, the seating chart reorganized. Victoria's name was nowhere to be found, but there was a Natasha Williams card at the bride's seat. Guests started arriving. My family all knew what was happening. I'd called them Monday night. They were there for support, and honestly, probably for the show. Victoria's family was clueless, mingling and taking photos. At 7:10, I saw Victoria's car pull up through the window. She was laughing with her sister, touching up her lipstick in the mirror. She walked in wearing the white cocktail dress she'd bought specifically for tonight. Bridal, but not too bridal, she'd said. She saw me first, started walking over with a huge smile. Then she saw Tommy, standing right next to me at what would be the head table. Her smile wavered slightly. Then she saw Natasha, seated in her spot, wearing the corsage meant for the bride. The color drained from her face. What is she doing here? Oh, Natasha? She's my date. We're celebrating my freedom tonight. You're what? Where's my seat? You don't have one. This is a family and friends event. You're neither. Her mom approached, confused. Victoria, why are you standing there? Come sit. Wait, who's that in your chair? Mom, something's wrong. I stood up, tapped my glass. The room went quiet. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to what was supposed to be our rehearsal dinner. There's been a change of plans. There will be no wedding. I've recently discovered that Victoria and I have fundamentally different values. She believes that physical appearance determines someone's worth. Specifically, she demanded I replace my best man, Tommy, here, because his burn scars would ruin her perfect wedding photos. Gasps around the room. Tommy's wife, Lauren, actually stood up like she was ready to throw hands. So, I continued, I've decided to replace someone from the wedding party after all. Just not Tommy. Victoria, you're dismissed from my life. Your things will be available for pickup tomorrow between 9 a.m. and noon. Bring a truck. Update 3. The explosion was immediate and spectacular. Victoria's face went from white to red to purple in about 3 seconds. You can't do this. Already did. Weddings canceled. Venue, vendors, honeymoon, all gone. We have contracts, deposits. All in my name, all canceled yesterday. Her sister Olivia jumped up. This is insane. You're humiliating her over a tiny misunderstanding. Calling my best friend too ugly for photos isn't a misunderstanding. It's showing me exactly who she is. Eleanor was in tears. Victoria, what is he talking about? You didn't actually say that about Tommy. Victoria spun around. Mom, it's not like that. I just wanted nice photos. Every bride deserves perfect photos. By excluding someone because of scars they got saving his little sister from a fire, Lauren finally spoke up. Oh yeah, Victoria didn't know that part of the story either. Never cared enough to ask. The room went silent. Even Victoria's dad, who'd been trying to stay neutral, looked disgusted. You told me Tommy was in a car accident, Eleanor said slowly. Same difference, Victoria snapped. The point is you're shallow, I interrupted, and cruel, and I'm grateful you showed me before we got married. Victoria turned back to me, tears starting, but not sad tears, angry tears. You think you can just embarrass me like this? I'll sue you. You'll have to pay for everything. Sue me for what? Breaking up with you? Good luck with that. This is defamation. I'll ruin you. Natasha finally spoke up, voice smooth as silk. Actually, defamation requires false statements. Everyone here heard exactly what you said about Tommy. That's just truth. Victoria noticed her properly for the first time. Who even are you? Some escort he hired? I'm Tommy's cousin. You know, the ugly best man? Guess shallow runs in your family's opinion of ours. That's when Victoria lost it completely. Started screaming about how I was a pathetic loser, how she'd settled for me, how she could do so much better. Her parents tried to calm her down, but she was in full meltdown mode. You think you're better than me? You're nobody. I made you better. I fixed your stupid style, made you presentable. Without me, you're just some mediocre guy with an ugly best friend. And there it is, I said calmly. The real Victoria. Thank you for proving my point. Security showed up then. Yeah, I'd warned the venue this might happen. As they escorted Victoria and her family out, she kept screaming threats. Her mom looked mortified. Her dad wouldn't even make eye contact with her. The rest of us had a great dinner. My family, Tommy's family, are real friends. Natasha was the perfect date. Charming, funny, and she kept making jokes about how she was available for any future revenge dinners I might need. Update 4. The next 3 days were absolutely unhinged. Victoria showed up Wednesday at 8 a.m. with a U-Haul and her entire family. I wasn't there, stayed at my brother's specifically to avoid this. But my neighbor, Mrs. Rodriguez, 70 years old, takes no shit, filmed everything on her phone. Victoria tried to take everything. The TV, mine. The couch, mine. The kitchen appliances, mostly mine. When she couldn't get into the apartment, I'd already cleared it with the landlord to change the locks. She started screaming that I was stealing from her. Mrs. Rodriguez called the cops. When they arrived, Victoria claimed she lived there and I'd illegally evicted her. Except her name wasn't on the lease. She had no mail there. Her ID showed a different address. The cops told her she could only take what she could prove was hers, which was her clothes, her makeup, some decorative pillows, and the Peloton her dad bought her, all of which I'd already boxed up and left with the building manager. But the real circus started Thursday. Victoria went on social media with her version of events. According to her post, I'd been emotionally abusive for months. I was jealous of her success. She's a part-time influencer with 3K followers. I'd trapped her into a relationship, then humiliated her. I was obviously gay and using Tommy as a cover. Yeah, she went there. She was starting a GoFundMe for emotional trauma therapy. The post got maybe 30 likes, mostly from her echo chamber friends. Then Tommy's wife Lauren commented with screenshots. Screenshots of Victoria's texts from months ago. Tommy gives me the creeps. Does he have to come to everything? Can't we just do couples things without the burn victim? I'm not shallow, but he makes every photo look like a medical documentary. Victoria deleted the post within an hour. But the internet is forever, and Lauren had already shared it to the local wedding shaming group. It went mini viral. The wedding photographer who'd refunded me even commented, I've photographed hundreds of weddings. The ugliest thing I've ever seen is a bride who thinks scars determine someone's worth. Friday morning, I got a call from Victoria's dad, Richard. Nathan, I'm sorry. We didn't raise her to be like this. I appreciate that, Richard. I need you to know we're not paying for any lawyer if she tries to sue you. This is on her. Thank you. Also, Tommy saved his sister? Yeah, when he was 16, ran back into a burning house. His sister was 8. Long pause. Jesus Christ. And she called him, I'm so sorry. The grand finale came Saturday. Victoria showed up at my brother's house with her new boyfriend, some guy named Chase she'd apparently been talking to for months. Interesting timeline there. She wanted to show me she'd upgraded. Chase looked like a budget Chris Hemsworth if Chris Hemsworth skipped leg day and had the personality of white bread. He tried to act tough, chest puffed out. So you're the loser who fumbled Victoria? I'm the guy who dodged a bullet. Yeah. She told me what you did. Pretty pathetic, bro. What's pathetic is being the rebound guy for someone who just got publicly dumped for being shallow. Whatever, she's with a real man now. Tommy chose that moment to pull up, all 6'3" of him, built like a linebacker from years of manual labor. Chase took one look at him and suddenly remembered he had somewhere to be. Victoria was left standing there, her upgrade speeding away in his leased BMW. This isn't over. She screamed, "You ruined my life." No, Victoria, you ruined your own life when you decided my best friend's appearance was more important than his character. Or mine, or yours. Final update. It's been 3 months now. The dust has settled, and here's where everyone ended up. Victoria tried to sue me for breach of promise and emotional distress. Her lawyer dropped the case when he realized there was no legal grounds and she couldn't pay his retainer. She then tried to claim I'd stolen her grandmother's ring. I never gave her a family ring. Bought one from a regular jewelry store, which I returned for 80% value. That went nowhere too. She's still with Chase, I think? Though Lauren showed me his Tinder profile is active, so that's going well. Her Instagram is now private, after the wedding shaming groups had their fun. Last I heard, she was trying to become a life coach about surviving narcissistic abuse. The irony is thick enough to cut. Her family essentially distanced themselves. Eleanor sent me a Christmas card with an apology letter inside and a check for $500, her way of tributing to what I lost on deposits. I sent it back with a note saying her apology was enough. Richard still texts me occasionally about football. They didn't invite Victoria to Thanksgiving, from what I heard. She spent it with Chase's family, who apparently asked her why she wasn't married yet since she was getting up there in age. She's 29. Tommy was my rock through all this. Honestly, if Victoria had succeeded in making me drop him, I'd have lost more than a best friend. I'd have lost my integrity. His daughter actually made me a card that said, "Thank you for choosing Daddy over the mean lady." I have it framed on my desk. Oh, and Natasha? We actually went on a few real dates. Didn't work romantically. Turns out we're better as friends. But she's dating one of my cousins now, and they're stupidly happy. She still jokes that she provides revenge +1 services for anyone who needs them. Me? I'm good. Better than good, actually. I learned that when someone shows you who they really are, believe them the first time. Victoria showed me she valued appearances over substance, image over loyalty, and her perfect day over real relationships. The thing that still gets me isn't even what she said about Tommy. It's that she assumed I'd go along with it. That she thought so little of my character that I'd dump my best friend for better wedding photos. That's not love. That's not even respect. That's just viewing someone as an accessory to your life, not a partner in it. I kept one photo from our relationship, the one from Tommy's daughter's birthday party last year. Victoria had said she was sick that day. In the photo, it's just me, Tommy, his family, and my family, all laughing at something his son said. Everyone who actually matters to me is in that picture. And looking at it now, I realize Victoria was never supposed to be in it anyway. She'd edited herself out of the important moments long before I made it official. Some of Victoria's flying monkeys still occasionally try to start shit, sliding into my DMs about how I ruined a good woman or how I'm probably gay anyway. I just block and move on. The people who matter know the truth. The people who don't matter. Tommy asked me last week if I regret doing it so publicly. If maybe I should have just called off the wedding privately, let her save face. I thought about it for maybe 2 seconds. Nah, she tried to make me feel guilty for defending you. She wanted to hide you like some shameful secret. The only shameful thing was her, and I just made sure everyone could see it. Love you too, bro. Don't make it weird. But yeah, I love that scarred, loyal, beautiful bastard. And any woman who can't see his worth doesn't deserve to be in either of our lives. The wedding would have cost about $30K all told. Losing a few grand in deposits was worth every penny to find out who Victoria really was. Consider it the best investment I ever made. I paid a small price to avoid a lifetime of shallow misery with someone who thought love came with aesthetic requirements. Word of advice: when someone tells you to remove a good person from your life because they don't fit the image, remove the person making the demand instead. Your real friends will still be there. The fake ones? Well, they'll show themselves out when they realize you value character over cameras. Oh, and Victoria's perfect wedding vision? Her sister Olivia got married last month. Guess who she didn't invite? Apparently, even family has limits when you publicly demonstrate that you're garbage wrapped in a pretty bow. Karma's not always instant, but damn if it isn't thorough.